Can you hear that?
Yep.
Oh, okay. All right. We are live right now. We're just coming on right now. The Daily Chela presidential debate party. This is the first time that we've done this. We have Polly from the Latino Slant with us this evening. Polly, how you doing?
Hey, I'm feeling pretty good, man. I'm pumped up. We got the Slantinos here backing up the Chela. Then we got the defund thought police because we want people to think for themselves. Look at all the topics and what all these locals have to say. So I'm ready, man.
All right, I'm going to go live really quick on here. I'm just going to turn on the go live with our other apps here.
Sure.
And let's see what happens with the Daily Chela. Let's see if we go live right here too. In theory, this should.
Yeah. So what's happened is that this is the first time that Brandon's doing something like this, multi-stream, live, debate, all that good stuff. So wherever you're watching this, as far as YouTube, X, Instagram, just make sure you guys are following all our channels and subscribing to all our channels. We will have links throughout, just reminding you, like, especially if Mike Madrid stops on by, we'll throw his link in there. But that's really it. And I rarely, well, for the most part, the Slant doesn't do politics. I can't say rarely because we've been hitting some political, social issues lately. But what we like to do is give the information and leave it up to you. So good to have any of the early comers in. I'm seeing quite a few people in the populating. Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to get this to go live on the app as well, but I'm having some problems here. So, but it does appear that we're live on all the social media outlets. So that's great. And
yes, we are.
The app, I guess I'll have to figure out another time, unfortunately.
So, well, what we're going to do is people are asking what's going on. It's really simple. We're watching the debate, and I guess we're going to throw some of our thoughts out there and all that stuff as we watch along. But this is Brandon's stream. We're multi-streaming, and Brandon runs the Daily Chela, the website. Now it's a TV app, and then with American Homeboy, we've covered that documentary over the past couple of years. So this is kind of a first for us all, and
all right. Well, I apologize to anybody who was trying to watch on the app. I'm gonna have to get that figured out another time. However, I'm happy to have everybody here and excited to talk about the debate tonight. So this is the first debate between Trump and Biden since they decided to run against each other again. It'll be interesting to see how much has changed and how much hasn't changed, of course. So just going over some of the rules. There's a lot of rules tonight. First of all, there's no audience. So there's not going to be a debate audience. That was part of the rules. In addition, the hosts of the debate have the right to be able to cut the mic of any candidate.
Did you see that test? They did.
I did not see the test.
That is, dude. It's like, okay, children, this is how it's going to work. Oh my Lord. Yeah.
Somebody just called me a boomer. I know. I am kind of a boomer.
Oh yeah, Vinny. Yeah, Vinny loves you, man. That's
for
funny.
all the technological stuff that we do over here at the company. I think people will be really surprised on how bad I actually am at technology. So it's amazing that I even got this far.
Look at guys. He's got the great setup over there. He's recording. He's doing his shows. We got to support. Look at he just changed his camera angle.
Yeah. So, Paulie, I'd be curious to hear what everybody's thoughts are about some of those rules. So the moderators can cut the mics at any time. I think this is advantageous to Biden, not Trump, because I think Biden. I think Trump plays off of the crowd, so he's not going to have a crowd and he can cut off at any point. I don't know what the threshold is going to be for when candidates are cut off, but I think the real test for tonight's debate is going to be two things. I think Biden has a responsibility or a goal of trying to prove to American viewers that he has the cognitive capabilities to still be president for another 4 years. So there's been a lot of questions. Can Biden go another 4 years? He looks kind of out of it. And I think with Trump, it's going to be, does Trump have the temperament to be able to come back into the presidency? Has he learned anything? Has he matured at all? So it'll be kind of interesting to see how either one of those candidates responds to that, or if neither one changes anything. I mean, Trump is not really one for change. I think you're going to get what you're going to get with him. But without an audience to play off of, it might come across a little bit worse than it would if he had an audience to cheer for him. What do you think, Paulie?
I think that's what they're hoping, the other side. That all these rules trip up, homie. You trip up Trump, but
yeah,
I think who's just really present and on their A game, they're gonna be fine, man. Both of these gentlemen have been debating for decades. Through with Biden's he's a career politician. That guy's been debating since the 70s. You could say the same thing with Trump as far as business deals. I mean, these guys have been in so many different scenarios with different, different. They're both presidents, for heaven's sake. So, I think what'll happen later is maybe CNN will they have the advantage of the edit bay, and they're going to get good sound bites out of this after the fact, because they're really controlling this thing. I don't even think this is a traditional debate.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than traditional debates. So usually you don't have, I don't believe you have cable news stations that are licensing the debate, for example, for 50 grand. So normally I think it's just a complimentary feed that's free. With this, you have CNN that has a bunch of rules. Among those rules, they're saying if you're going to have another news station that is showing the debate, they can't do commentary during the debate. You can only have a CNN host. So that's new. That's never happened before. Traditionally, news stations are allowed to do their own commentary. CNN is saying you can only have CNN commentators during the debate, but he is going to they can add commentary after the debate. The other thing is they have to show CNN insignia if they're going to do it. So, and they're also paying a $50,000 license fee. So it's too much for me to pay.
Right.
However, I do have one little stream right here, which is going back and forth. So maybe they're already trying to.
Yeah, they're gonna really manipulate that feed. This is what I've heard all day is CNN getting roasted by, I would say, people on both sides of the aisle, independent people too. I don't think this is not a good look, man. This is not a good look.
Yeah, they've been taking a lot of heat for it. Hopefully, it's not what the future looks like in terms of presidential debates, but those cable shows probably have more money to splurge as well. So we have a comment right here from Vin Zinger. I want to ask Brent if he's going to bring Hotep Jesus and Eric D. July to the show. I don't know who the latter is, so there you go.
I know who Eric is.
Do you? Maybe I would if I saw him. If I saw like a profile picture or something like that.
Yeah. Vinny, you gotta ask questions that that Brandon's gonna. Don't try to get gotcha. You need to invite. He doesn't know who Eric July is. Actually, I think that would be a good conversation in the future. Eric is a very independent thinker. He's a businessman. Started his own comic book line. Entrepreneur. Really, I think he's on Blaze TV. So
okay, well, I'll look into it. I'll look to see who this person is. I'm gonna go fix a feed really quick. I'll be right back, Paulie. If you want to talk to people really quick, I'll be right back.
All right, so let's do this, guys. Let's put the Daily Chela. If you're in the Latino Slant live stream, and thank you guys for being here. We never do this as far as commentating on a presidential debate, but Brandon asked me, and I was like, all right, that's cool. We support the Daily Chela, and it'll be good for the Slantinos to be a part of it as well. So what I'd like you guys to do, to go and do, is go and subscribe right now to the Daily Chela. If you're in the Latino Slant feed, and there's the link, guys. I put it up there in the Latino Slant um, the Latino Slant YouTube. So, saludos, Jaime. What's up, Jaime? Jaime's here. Okay, so whoever is watching us, right? What I'd love to hear from you guys now is, don't tell me who you're going to vote for. That's not what I want to. I just want to know: are you engaged, and are you going to vote? Are you engaged, and are you going to vote? Because one could make the argument that there is a huge dissatisfaction of independence, and they're looking for a third party option, and then that third party option is probably not going to happen, so maybe they might not even vote. So just throwing it out there, Brandon.
So I do have I have one extra feed right here that we can tune into here and there.
Nice.
But I will say they are trying to keep it as hard as possible to be able to show. So I do recommend for everybody to put on CNN because that's the feed that we're on. And so you can watch the debate with us and we can kind of give commentary as we go. I can see right now that you have Donald Trump walking in. So we're looking forward to the show
he's walking
tonight.
in now?
Yeah, and I don't know if that's live or if it's a past shot right now. We're just looking at commentary from CNN. CNN's kind of boring. I think it's a good catch that they have Chris Wallace now. Chris Wallace was a good journalist that was over at Fox News, and now he's with CNN. But he's probably, as of right now, probably their best person that's on the panel.
Really? I got to tell you, I haven't watched these news networks for years. I kind of mix up my news intake with Breaking Points, The Hill, Tim Pool, and just reading, kind of like Substack stuff. But, I didn't know that Chris Wallace had made that move. It just goes to show you.
Yeah, I've never watched Tim Pool. I've only ever heard his name.
You need to be on there, right? You need to be on there.
Me?
Yeah, he should bring you on. Yeah, because whenever they talk about U.S. Latino, anything that has to do with U.S. Latino, demographics, social issues, political issues, and then of course the immigration border, they are idiots. They're just so ignorant of how other Americans live.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm too small for those guys. They don't know who I am anyways. I mean, I just kind of I just started doing my thing because it's fun. But
they bring in a lot of different people, big and small, and as far as guests, you would be fantastic on the Tim Pool show. Trust me.
Well, I'll talk with anybody, left or right. It doesn't really matter to me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do think there seems to be a void in the Latino world for good political commentary. Outlets like Remezcla and Me Too suck. There's nothing that's good on there. It's just kind of boring stuff. There's nobody who really knows politics. I thought Latino Rebels was the best that was out there in terms of doing political.
What happened to them? Were they still around?
Well, I think the publication came down. They were under Futuro. So, but I know he's doing his newsletter now and stuff like that. So it's good to see him out. But I always thought Julio was probably the best that was out there as far as covering politics.
Yeah.
Because you don't see it from De Los, you don't see it from Remezcla, you don't see it from Me Too. You really only see it from Daily Chela, and then you saw it from Latino Rebels. So it would be nice if some of these, I think these bigger outlets and stuff had some commentators that they can go to talk about our issues, especially with the border. I mean, you're talking about immigration and the border and all this, and you don't see any Latinos ever on the panels talking about this. They don't invite anybody because there really isn't anyone.
Yeah.
Or they're too small, right? Like me, too small of a platform for them to bring on.
Well, that's why, I'm glad you said that, because that's why everyone that's watching, and yes, on Facebook, Joe, yes, this thing is on. We are live. Everyone in the chats, it's so important that you guys support what we're doing. In, Chela, Slant, Mike Madrid, make sure you guys are subscribed and even consider becoming a member on the Daily Chela TV and your Substack, because you offer like more exclusive stuff as well.
Yeah, I mean, we're slowly growing and we're doing what we can, and I think we've made a lot of strides over the past few years.
Mm-hmm.
And we made the movie so we could help spin that movie to help us continue to grow, and that's worked. But we always can use more supporters so we can continue to grow, because we would like to build an outlet that is the equivalent of some of these outlets that we see everybody else having, but there's nothing in the Latino community that really offers it, right? And so most places like Remezcla and Me Too, they don't cover news, they don't cover politics. Their whole staff is dedicated to covering Bad Bunny. And like for us, we want substantive stuff. We want to talk about politics, all
Mm-hmm.
that fun stuff. So yeah, support us if you can. So we got about 15 minutes until the debate starts. So
Okay.
turn your stations onto CNN if you want to. I have a question right here. What is Brandon's thoughts on Julio Rosas? I've run across him, and I know a guy that knows him. I don't personally know him. The stuff that I've seen, I guess he's a conservative. He talks a lot about the border issue and things like that. But he's an independent journalist from what I remember. So I respect any independent journalist who just decides to kind of do their own thing. I don't know enough about him though to really have
Uh-huh.
any comments about his work, but I'm aware of who he is.
Yeah, you have here Julio Rosas, Drew Hernandez, Savannah, and Jorge. There's also that gentleman Anthony Cabasas, I believe.
Oh
Um,
yeah. He's another one. They're kind of in the same bubble, I think.
yeah, it's all they do. They're independent journalists that go on the ground. In whatever particular social calamity or stuff that's happening. And I appreciate that. I can't say that I can only see so many you guys on the streets of Portland. Hey, look, there's a crackhead. Okay, we get it. All right. we get the big
Yeah.
cities are crumbling.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, that's kind of become an industry in and to itself,
right.
of just always pointing out the
I
bad
always
things.
point that out.
So
What I yeah, if I do remember, some of them used to be pretty hard left, and they've kind of went to the other side, so to speak. But you know they hey, they're on the ground. If you're interested in that, I think it's interesting that just the way events are shaped. The more information you can get, just the better to form your opinion, to form your mind.
here's an interesting comment that we have. Okay, I wish we had better options. Just wanted to say we are in weird times that we have people who will vote for a convicted felon. Civilly liable rapist, failed former President Trump. Yet here we are. I'd vote for a convicted felon because I'm a convicted felon. I don't think being convicted felon means anything personally. I mean, it's funny. It's been really interesting to see, I think, the left go from being pro justice reform, to lock them up and throw away the key and get somebody as many felonies as they can and then cheer about it. I see some hypocrisy there. I mean, you're either for justice reform or you're not. And so for me, I don't take any more pleasure in watching, somebody I disagree with get 34 felonies than I would anybody else. And so I think it's stupid. I think it was a waste of taxpayer money. Yeah. Do I think he's guilty? Yeah. I think he's guilty of misclassifying money that, he spent to hush somebody up.
Uh-huh.
But I don't know if that's a good expenditure of our resources. There's so much corruption in our government that's far worse than that's going on. That's like the last thing on my list. And I think that Democrats really hurt themselves by focusing on the felony thing. There's a lot of black and brown people who have dealt with an unjust system and who have gotten felonies and probably look at that talk and hear it and are like, yeah, well, I can relate to bucking the system. I can relate to not liking the system. So I think if Democrats think they're going to win people over by saying, "Oh, he's a felon," I think they're wrong. So I don't pay any attention to the two-party system. Yeah, I like that.
Yep.
I pay attention to it, but it doesn't dictate how I think about politics. I mean, I'll vote for left or right depending on who the candidate is. I vote candidate by candidate, issue by issue. It depends on city, town. I don't just blanket hand over my vote to anybody or to any party.
Yeah, it's interesting. I just got an email from my local state senator. They're gonna have a meet and greet, and I'm gonna go. Want to see what's going on. And because there's so much happening in California, statewide, regionally, and then locally, that it's just good to be informed. If you care about your community, it's just good to be informed.
People also forget that we're a country that makes heroes out of outlaws. Yeah, that's I think that's probably right. Yeah.
I mean,
there's a romanticism.
Since day one.
Yeah.
I mean, the founding fathers were all outlaws.
So we're about 10 minutes away from the beginning of the debate. Right. So for those of you who are just coming in, few of the debate rules, the moderators can shut the mics off at any point. So they're allowed to shut off the mic if the person keeps talking or if the person starts going on a rampage. They are allowed to mute the mic. Both candidates have agreed to this. So that's interesting. It'll be interesting to see who shuts off the mic when. I think shutting off the mic too early on either candidate can backfire on CNN more than anything else. And I would have to think that CNN is aware of that, but who knows? But I think, it's a dumb rule. I see a comment right here saying it's a dumb rule. I think it's a dumb rule too. I'd rather see two old men just yell at each other than be muted. But we'll see what happens. Something else is there's no audience. So there's no audience.
Amazing.
And I think so they flipped the coin and Biden agreed to let Trump have the last word.
Right.
And so I know that a lot of people were criticizing Biden on this because they were saying, why would you do that? Why would you do that? But let me tell you strategically why he probably did this. I think strategically, I think Biden's job going into this debate is to try to get Trump as annoyed as possible to where Trump just starts saying stuff. And I think he's going to try to ruffle his feathers throughout the debate by making comments about the felony and different things and try and get him off his game. So by the end of the debate, when Trump has the last word, he just goes off and says something stupid or some crazy person rant. And then that's the impression that the American people are left with. And they say, oh, we don't want 4 more years of that again. So if I'm a debate prepper and I'm helping out Joe Biden, that's what I'm going to tell him to do. And I would bet you anything, just knowing politics, that's what they're doing. That was the reason why Biden said, you can have the last word. And I think people who are criticizing Biden for that, I'm just talking, strategy here, political strategy. I believe that that's probably why they did it. And so I think it will be on Trump to be able to control his temper throughout the debate. And, with Biden, it will be, up to him to stay cognitive and to stay cognitively aware. And so I guess we'll see what happens. But I believe that's why Biden was okay with him having the last word. And it could backfire. I mean, Trump could go in there and be disciplined. He could go in there and be disciplined and then get the last word. It would be great for him. I have rarely seen a disciplined Trump. I've seen him be disciplined, but rarely. Usually he just goes with his gut. He goes off the emotion of the moment and things like that. So he's his own worst enemy at times.
Right. So he's not going to go off the emotion of the crowd because there is no crowd. So that's going to be very interesting.
Well,
so
I mean, that's
a different prep, right? It's a different prep. So
the other thing is they're going to be about 8 feet apart, I believe. So normally it's about, I think they said 2 to 4 feet. So they're going to have a bigger space between them, which is kind of interesting.
Right. So even if you're yelling and your mic's off, the other mic won't pick it up.
That's probably why. Yeah, I think that's a good point.
They did that on the test today when I saw the test, the CNN mic test.
At this point, how many voters are still on the fence? I don't think a lot of voters are on the fence. I think there's probably, if I had to guess, I would say it's probably like 5%. And that 5% is what's going to swing the election.
Sure.
And I think a good amount of that 5% actually are Latinos. If we're seeing that right now. So I think a lot of people have already had their mind made up. And I see people talking about the debate tonight and they're saying, oh, we already know what they're going to say, or everybody's mind's already made up. Why do it? To me, why not? I mean, you only get this every 4 years. I love it. I think it's fun. I love politics. I love debates. I don't care. You don't watch these things because you think they're going to say something different. That's not why you watch this if you're really into politics. You're watching this because you wait for those moments where one of them is going to go off message. And when they go off message or one of them screws up or doesn't listen to the people who prepped him for the debate, that's what swings the elections. Or not the elections, but that's what swings the winner of the debate.
There's two other things I want to bring up. This is, and not my balloons, sorry about that. This is without the Presidential Debate Commission. And there is another debate going on right now because RFK couldn't get in this. And that is happening live right now as well. So I think that's interesting.
Yeah. So wait, you're saying he's having his own debate at the same time?
Yeah.
I think it's a bad decision.
Yeah. I mean,
no one's going to watch that instead of this. What he should have done is he should have done it prior to this, or he should have done it after this.
So do after.
He can respond.
He can
to some
respond
of the things that they're saying. So,
yeah.
By the way, in our last podcast, I went over. Sorry, I just drank a bunch of pop. I went over the top third-party candidates of the past 100 years. So if you go back to my last podcast on Tuesday, we went over all the candidates over the past 100 years and talked about their chances of getting elected and what that was. And yes, I see a comment in here about Ross Perot. And Ross Perot, yes, you're right. Ross Perot was a huge one. In fact, Ross Perot got the most of any third-party candidate in my lifetime since 1912, I believe. So since Theodore Roosevelt, he had the most votes. He got 19% of the vote, which is crazy because to put that in perspective, Bernie Sanders and Ron Paul and all those guys that had these huge online movements, they still all got less than 2%. So to get 19% as an independent, yeah. And Ralph Nader, for you politicos in there, Ralph Nader basically helped swing the election to Gore. Everybody blames the Supreme Court. Okay, so the Supreme Court in Florida certainly played a role in it, but it never would have been in that position if it wasn't for Nader. Correct. So Nader took a lot of votes from Al Gore, and that swung the election. So third-party candidates, like I said in my podcast, tend to hurt the Democrat Party more than anybody. So to say they don't have an impact is not necessarily true.
Oh, interesting. Let me go and visit the little boys' room before this gets going, and then I'll return.
Sure. All right. So I'm here. If anybody wants to share their comments, I see a couple here. John Stossel is the moderator with Kennedy right now. Hey, I like John Stossel. I was always jealous of his mustache. Okay, so politics is just a lower brow version of pro wrestling at this point. I think it's always been that way. I think we tend to think that somehow things are different now. But if you go back and you look at history, you'll see that politics was actually more rough and tumble in the old days than they are now. In fact, I think it was Jefferson when he was running. They used to take out full page newspaper ads saying that the other guy died. So you can't vote for him anymore. He's dead. You have to vote for me. They would literally pay and take out full newspaper ads. So you don't really see stuff like that anymore. There was also a lot of shootings and things like that used to happen on the campaign trail. And there's a whole book about this. It's really good. And it goes through all these violent instances that used to happen. So it is like pro wrestling in that it's all fake and somewhat predetermined. But it's not like pro wrestling in that it's nowhere near as bad as it used to be. So I'm here. We've got this extra stream right here checking in the debate. I'll bring it in and take it away as we go because they're going to crack down on us and make us remove it either way. And we don't want our stream to get taken down. But you can see right here, we've got about 2 or 3 minutes until the debate starts. Hey, Anasazi's there. Nice debate snacks. Are you for a POTUS age limit? Ooh, that's a good question. Do I think there should be an age limit on the president? No. Rather than force an age limit, I'd like to force or try to convince voters to make better decisions about who they vote in to the candidacy.
Hi, Anastasi. I actually think POTUS age limit. No, but there needs to be an independent commission or whatever that tests their health every year.
Oh, come on. You think that?
Absolutely. I don't trust those doctors.
Yeah,
No.
we have enough committees in this world. We don't need more.
No. That's an important one. Yeah, just listen. There's so much distrust with everything that.
Why don't we have more informed voters? Why is this not the job of voters to vote in people who are younger and qualified and good candidates? The only reason we ended up with these two candidates is because of voters. It's nobody else's fault. It's not the system's fault. It's not big money's fault. It is the fault of voters because so many people are either disengaged or they are apathetic. So I don't buy that, but I'm happy to debate that with anybody. I think that we have a big problem in this country with people who are just not engaged. And so we have the debate right now.
You're not wrong. Okay.
I've got my Cracker Jacks, by the way, and a root beer. So the debate is getting ready to start right now. You see CNN coming in at 6. And they're probably going to do their little introduction. You can see here coming in. So we'll go in and out as this so we don't get pulled, but we'll bring it in and out. But I encourage everybody to turn on CNN and watch the debate live with us. And we'll commentate on the debate as we go. So they're going to be walking out onto the stage at any moment. You have the stream up, Paulie?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
The debate is on now. I see this is from Chris coming in from Facebook. So that's great to see some people here from our Facebook. So here we are. We have our two moderators who are getting ready to introduce the candidates. Now, this might be another reason to be interested in this debate. This might be the only debate we get. You know, they're at each other's throats so much in their debate teams. I mean, they're saying they're going to do 3 debates, but this might be the only debate that we get. I wouldn't rule that out that we don't have any more of those debates. So we have Jake Tapper and Dana Bash. I like Jake Tapper. He's not too bad. Trump doesn't like Jake Tapper.
He's all right.
All right. So we got Trump on the left side. We got Biden on the right. It's funny because that was all agreed ahead of time. So here's the rules. So questions, they get 1 minute responses each, 2-minute responses to questions, 1 minute rebuttals. That's not very long. A 1 minute rebuttal. Rules, candidates can turn their mic on. Opponents can't. Yeah, so opponents can't turn them off. So it's kind of funny because the excuse that CNN is using is they're saying, oh, well, it's going to be difficult for viewers at home to hear them talking over each other. And so that's the excuse they're giving for the ability to turn off the mics. But I certainly think it would be much better to watch them yell at each other.
And I just saw Biden walk across the stage very successfully.
You're watching the HBO stream.
No, I switched to the CNN.
Oh, I'm on CNN right now. Yeah, I see Biden here walking across the stage, looking like Weekend at Bernie's here. So here he is. He just got to his podium, and here comes Trump, looking not very happy to be there.
You know what? Let me send you this link because the CNN on YouTube I think is faster. I just put it to you in the private
I already
chat.
got my other screen up.
Gotcha.
All right. First question out the gate is about the economy. So tough question out the gate, actually, to Biden here.
Mm-hmm.
They're asking Biden about inflation. Biden is basically saying now that the economy was already in free fall when he took over, so he's probably going to say that he was the one that fixed it.
He doesn't sound good, I got to tell you.
Yeah, so you can see right here, we'll bring the stream in off and on.
He just doesn't sound good.
He doesn't sound very good. Yeah, he doesn't. But Trump, I mean, both of them look like they've been up all night, which they might have, they might have been preparing.
Also the lighting.
All right. So Biden's trying to flip this to corporate greed. That's the reason for the inflation. He didn't touch on COVID spending or the influx of money. So
Wow.
Anasazi says he sounds exactly like a man of his age past his bedtime. That's actually, yeah, that's,
yeah.
I would say that too.
Here we go, Trump.
Trump looks very angry, and the optics of that, I don't know how beneficial those are going to be for him with the split screen. So Biden's already gone over his time.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So Trump's response is somewhat tapered. He doesn't seem combative, but he is speaking in his normal kind of platitudes. He's saying that this is the best debate, best economy we ever had in the history of the nation when I was president.
And he's a lot more coherent.
So I'm taking after this, they're going to give Joe Biden a response to Trump's response. At least they should, at least on this topic. So here's Biden. So Biden is spinning it back again to the wealthy.
What? Whoa. That last line there.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the military reference was that
Right.
Biden made. I think he's talking about spending.
Nice.
Okay, so Biden says he's the only president of the century. He means decade that where nobody's died anywhere around the world. I don't know if that's true or not. I'll have to look that up after this. But just thinking off the top of my head,
Yeah, right. That was a shocker. Off the top of my head, I'm like,
I don't think there's any debate that Trump is a non-interventionist. That's the problem. I don't think that's a good area for Biden to wade into. If they're going to start debating foreign policy, Trump's pretty on the record about being a non-interventionist.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Biden, you have what's happening in Israel, you have what's happening in Ukraine. There's plenty of interventionism that's happening under Biden. So I'm not sure those are the types of waters that I would want to wade into if I were Biden. Now it's interesting. I'll bring the stream back in a second. The body language, yeah, Biden does look a little bit tired. They both look tired. Trump's face looks tired, but his body language is pretty perpendicular. All right, so we're bringing this in so you could see, and I'll bring it in and out as we go so we don't get taken down. Okay, so they're asking Trump now about the deficit. Does he really want tax cuts considering that we have a deficit? It's hard to take either candidate serious when we're talking about deficits because both spend to in oblivion. Both parties have come this way. There used to be a time when the Republican Party would talk about how they weren't for spending. But I'm not sure Jake Tapper's wrong about the amount of spending that was happening even under Trump. Feel free to chime in with your comments on here if you have any thoughts about the comments so far. So I see we're into the hundreds now in terms of people who are watching. On my end, I get to see all the social media accounts as one, so I see the streams from all the different places. Where you only probably see the platform you're on, but we have a pretty good crowd right now.
Wow.
Okay, so now they're discussing the COVID-19. Now, basically, Trump is saying people didn't like the mandate. Now, I think Trump brought up Biden going after a political opponent. So I think that opens the door now for Biden to bring up Trump's felony. And it'll be interesting to see if Biden responds with mentioning the hush money.
Oh, he's going. See, Trump's doing a tactic here. And that throw off Biden.
He did. And CNN actually brought it back. The problem with this, so Biden is saying we have 1,000 trillionaires in the country, and he's talking about the percentage that they pay in taxes. This is always problematic for candidates when you start getting into the weeds with numbers like this, because the average American just starts hearing all of these numbers, and it all just seems confusing. There's an easier way to talk about this issue, which is simply just saying, okay, well, rich people don't pay as much as in taxes. Something like that is more simple for people to understand. So you see the optics right here.
Yep.
Biden looks much more out of it than Trump.
Oh, he lost it right now. He just lost his train of thought.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at those side-by-side optics there,
wow,
Biden, I mean, body language is really important in these types of discussions, and Biden looks tired, somewhat beaten down. I mean, even right here, looking at this, I mean, this is crazy. Look, I mean, Biden looks...
Yep.
He's slouched over.
But, you know, also, too...
He looks like he's falling asleep.
What's magnifying it is that Trump is a shark right now. He's a shark.
I mean, if I were a consultant with Biden, I'd be screaming in the back room. I would be like, stand up straight. Now,
wow. Isn't that interesting? Well, here we go, abortion. Mm-hmm.
So now they're going to ask Trump about abortion in Idaho.
Yeah.
The smart answer for Trump on this is going to be like, I'll leave it up to the states.
Yeah.
That would be a smart, safe answer. Now, I don't know what his answer is going to be. Oh, so he's doing exactly what I thought he would do. So he's saying he respects the decision of the Supreme Court, and he respects the right of states to make whatever decisions that they want. That's the smart political answer, and at least one that is not going to rile up his critics as much as if he were to say, "I'm going to go in there and implement new laws." But Trump has traditionally been pro-abortion, also. So this is the type of answer that I would expect from Trump. So, okay, here's another comment here. I tried watching the CNN for a few minutes, and a few minutes of Kennedy, I just can't.
He's giving state examples too, how they're all making their own decisions for their people. It's a smart answer, whether you like it or not.
This is actually, this is the type of discussion that if I'm a Democrat, I would have wanted to have later in the debate. It's an hour and a half debate, and we're only 15 minutes into the debate, and they're already talking about abortion, which means they're going to be talking about all the other issues for the rest of the debate. This is one of the strongest issues for Democrats, just polling wise, even. And so I would be a little bit bummed if I were a Democrat and CNN threw this question out 15 minutes into the debate. So far, I have to say though, I mean, both candidates are being respectful toward each other and pretty disciplined. I would say they are both very disciplined. Different strategies, but Trump looks abnormally disciplined. I mean, he looks angry, but he looks like he came there to try to be disciplined. No sound from the debate. So that's a good question. So we can't do sound. That's why we have everybody telling people turn on your CNN to watch the debate along with us. We can show the feed here and there, right there, but we can't show it for long, and we can't show the sound, or they're going to take us down. And right now, we are almost at 200 people watching live with us. This commentary across Facebook, YouTube, and X. So we want to be careful about not getting taken down. Here's a debate. Sound equals we suffer anyways.
What's up, Daniel?
So really, neither one has said anything different than what they said a few minutes ago. Basically, it just comes down to the states.
What are we, not even 20 minutes in?
Yeah, we're about 20 minutes in, 18 minutes in.
Trump looks sharp. They're both saying what they have, what you expect them to say. Biden does not look sharp to me.
So I'll go back. Both candidates are being pretty respectful toward each other. Biden looks a little bit more tired, I think, like Anasazi said. So we're back on the abortion debate. CNN just asked another abortion question, rephrased in a different way. So here's some more optics again for you. So you look at Trump, and now Trump was the one slouched a minute ago. You could, when he does that and he starts slouching with his shoulders and looking like that, you could tell he wants to respond.
Right.
He's, he wants to respond. He's doing everything he can not to.
Yeah.
If I had to guess, because Trump knows they could turn off the mic at any point, I don't think Trump wants them to shut the mic off on him, which is why he's being disciplined about what he's saying.
Oh, they just moved. They just moved away from him. Biden. Look at it. Look at Biden's talking. Now they put the mic back on him. Wow. So Biden was the first to get rattled with this mic situation here, guys.
So, so, and our streams all might be slightly 1 or 2 seconds apart from each other.
Am I faster? I'll pause mine.
Neither candidate has really cut each other off so far. I'm actually impressed. It's actually been a pretty good debate. So Trump asked for a rebuttal. They didn't give it to him.
Oh, they didn't give it to him. I'm behind you.
So this is a little bit of a untruth here. So they asked about immigration, how they can solve the crisis. Biden said they had a bipartisan agreement to get it done. Well, that's actually not true. But Biden signed an executive order. So there wasn't a bill that was passed that was bipartisan, and he signed an executive order. So that's an untruth, but I'm not sure most Americans even know that.
Well, I'm sure Trump will bring it up.
So, all right. So we have the first real jab of the night. Trump said that he doesn't even know if Biden understands what he was saying. Here's optics again, looking at the two side by side. Biden looks like he's kind of spacing off. And then you have
man.
Trump. So not the greatest optics. I'll bring the feed back in, off and on as we go. I just can't keep it up too long, so we get taken down. We've got we're almost to 200 people now with us on the stream across Facebook and
across platforms, YouTube and X. On X alone, I'm looking at over 120 people, which is wonderful.
We just crossed 200, so that's great. Good turnout. So we've got 200 people with us tonight. Feel free to share your thoughts.
Azteca Aguilar.
All right, so now they're talking about the dangers of potential terrorists coming over the border. Biden is pointing out that no terrorists, it's not a normal thing where terrorists make it over the border. Again, I think both candidates are being very disciplined. They have denied Trump two rebuttals so far. I think that's interesting. There's been 2 times where Trump has tried to ask for a rebuttal and they haven't given it to him. All right, so Trump's asking for his rebuttal that they ignored him on.
He's going off.
All right, so let's look at these optics again. Here we got Biden and Trump side by side. All right, so Trump's talking about how horrible the immigration is. He's going down his usual tunnel of a bunch of killers are coming here. This is the side of Trump that I generally don't like, the way he talks about immigrants. He makes big, broad statements about immigrants that come over here. I think that hurts him. All right, so he's bringing up the murders that recently happened by the undocumented immigrants in Venezuela, from Venezuela. Yeah. All right, so there's the optics again. You see Biden. All right. So you're going to see very different response, I'm guessing, from Biden after Trump's done. I think Trump is got to dial it back because he's starting to let himself go. He's been very disciplined up until this point, but you can see right now he gets very worked up about this immigration issue. So now he's on to talking about veterans.
Ah.
All right, interesting comment here by Pet Brett. The real problem is Social Security. If you don't want to put policies that promote larger families, then you need immigration. Yes, I actually I think that's true, especially with our birth rates right now in the United States. We have director Kenneth Castillo with us tonight. Trump's advisor on immigration is known racist Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Stephen Miller. I don't like the way he talks, and he's been like that his whole life too. Even going back to high school, college. Stephen Miller was that way in the way that he talks about immigrants.
We went to the same high school.
So, the interesting thing about this is, all right. Well, Biden just called Trump a sucker and a loser.
Really?
Wow. So that's the first, I would say, example of really, really losing a temper so far. All right, let's look at these side by side. Trump talking. They're debating the military right now. Who cares more about people who have served? Biden got very upset. Somehow his son was brought into it.
Vicious, man.
All right.
This is vicious.
This is getting vicious now.
Yeah.
They were relatively disciplined for a while, but now
interesting that it's over veterans in the military. Of all the things. Wow.
Oh, here we go. All right. So Biden says he's done more for veterans than any president in American history. Trump took a shot at Hunter Biden and his laptop. All right. Well, now we're on to foreign policy. So they're asking Trump about Ukraine. I'm not sure where everybody's streams are at right now, or how far ahead or behind we are. So another shot, this time by Trump to Biden, saying that military people can't stand him. Here's the side-by-side optics that we're looking at. Smiling is always bad, by the way. So in boxing, when you hit somebody and they smile, that's how you know that you stung them. It's really hard not to smile when you get hit and you're actually hit. So they always tell boxers, I mean, that you should try not to smile. You let your opponent know that, they stung you. Same with politics. When you smile, it's because what your opponent said stung a bit. So Biden, I don't know who his coaches are, but he's got to fix his body language. For one, his body language is horrible, and also he should try to control the smiling. And Trump has got to control the pointing and yelling. Because we have one guy who looks very angry, and we have another guy who looks slightly, fighting to stay awake.
Mm. Wow. Malarkey.
So we have Trump saying that the world is more unstable with Biden as president. This is Biden about to respond.
I thought we were on time. I'll pause my feed.
Am I ahead of you?
No, I was ahead of you. Has he said malarkey yet?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Here's a comment here. I think Biden's tactic is to anger Trump. Trump's temper is so easily activated. Yeah. So Critical Thinker 137, we talked about this earlier in the show, that coming into this debate, I thought anyways, that that would be the game plan on the Biden side, is to try to work Trump up as much as possible over the course of the debate, which is why they gave Trump the last word of the debate at 7:30. So he will be so amped up, he'll go on a wild rampage and say something crazy, and then that's what Americans will be left with remembering. I think that's the plan. But I've seen both candidates get angry so far in this debate. They both started off, they were relatively disciplined, but now they're back to being old men. They're angry old men. So what's interesting?
Optic looks horrible, man.
Yeah, the optics don't look great, but what's interesting is Biden just said that he didn't like the terms. So that's news to me. He's traditionally been somewhat passive with Putin, and so he said he didn't like the terms of Putin. So I think that's different than what he's traditionally said, and I think he probably has been coached on that. All right. So Biden's calling Putin a war criminal. He's taking it one step further than Trump was willing to go. So we'll go by the side by side here again. So here we go. Look at some of the body language. So far, they're doing okay again. They're both standing straight up. Trump's job is to not roll his eyes and look, like he can't control himself. Biden's job is to stay awake and control his come down with whatever they pumped him full of before coming onto stage. All right, so now we're moving on to the Middle East. So we're still talking foreign politics. We can talk about Israel now.
Israel, here we go.
Good time for me to break out some Cracker Jacks. All right, so they're asking Biden. They're saying, Biden, you put forward a proposal for peace in the Middle East. Hamas hasn't listened to you, and no hostages have been released. Here we go. Pat Brett, Trump equals don't rant. Biden equals stay awake. What a time we live in. Yeah, I'd say that's about the strategy right now. I think from both sides, that's what they're trying to coach their candidates into doing. Chef Nation, good evening, beautiful people. Thank you for joining us. We might hit 300 people on this feed tonight.
Oh yeah.
So thank you everybody who's joined us. This is the first time we've done this. So make sure to follow the Latino Slant and the Daily Chela.
Links are in the chat. Thank you to Fletcher Williams for helping out.
All right. So looking at these optics again, you have
Trump's laughing,
trying to control his head movement.
He can't believe it. Yeah.
He's doing better than I traditionally have seen him, but
sure,
he still could do better, probably.
He's still Trump.
I'm somewhat surprised that CNN has started with these topics. I mean,
correct.
Usually, if you're doing a presidential debate, it's the first one of the season, you want to get into all those the hot topics the first half hour,
right?
And then save the hottest topic for the end, and then get to these middle topics around 7 o'clock. I mean, like these topics, like foreign policy and stuff. Most Americans actually don't pay attention to these things, and so I'm somewhat surprised that they're talking about this at this point.
Well, the immigration one was.
I would expect immigration,
right?
Either early on or at the end. We got a comment here from Chris. There's no way that Trump is going to end the war in Ukraine. I don't see it happening. All right. So Biden just said that Trump was full of foolishness.
Wait, what did Jesus say? Did he just say he's full of?
No, he said foolishness.
Oh my God, that's funny. I thought I heard something else.
They got to get through the hard questions. Well, Biden is still coherent. That's from Chef Nation. This is a all right. So they just asked Trump if he'd support an independent Palestinian state. He kind of sidestepped the issue. He wanted to go back to the previous question. That's a tough question for any president to answer, just from the optics of getting elected. I'm curious to hear what everybody thinks so far. Oh, here we go. We have a comment here from Rodrigo. Trump will make plenty of promises. He doesn't care if he follows through. He just wants the short-term headline. So far, I don't see any too great headlines from either candidate, but like the average boxing match, I would expect a flurry as we get toward the end. I think each candidate is trying to pace themselves. All right, so now they're on to January 6th.
Oh my God.
And they're asking about democracy.
40 minutes.
Tough question from CNN, but I'm sure Trump was prepped for it.
Here we go.
This is actually a very smart political strategy. It's kind of interesting what Trump is doing here. So they asked Trump about January 6th, and what he did is he spun it to what it was like when he was in office, talking about energy independence, immigration, economy, things like that on January 6th. So it's an interesting spin, and it's new. So Jake Tapper just brought it back to the original question after Trump spun it. So Trump just spun it again. It'll be interesting to see if Biden presses the January 6th issue.
Yeah.
After Trump has kind of successfully kind of spun it both times.
Really good answer.
Yeah, I think Trump was prepped on this. Yeah, he completely avoided the January 6th question, as Kenneth is saying, and I agree. And actually, from a political standpoint, that's probably what they would have wanted him to do. They probably prepped him to be able to spin it.
I disagree, but we can talk later.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
Yeah.
Okay, so Biden is saying that Trump encouraged January 6th. Now, this will be interesting to see if this gets under Trump's skin. So let's look at the optics here side by side. All right, so we're talking about January 6th. You can see Trump trying to kind of keep himself disciplined as Biden talks about how he was responsible for January 6th. I'm always interested in watching the body language because you learn more from that than you do the words.
Right.
And I'm going to eat another Cracker Jack.
Nice.
All right, I'm going to bring this stream back in again. All right. Trump's holding on to his body language here. I think they really prepped him on this January 6th discussion. Did. I think they knew that this could be something that could hurt him.
Ooh. Wow.
So Trump is talking about the riots that were going on. I think this will appeal to some of the people in those cities who didn't like seeing what happened either. I like this comment from Rodrigo. He said Trump is spinning as he should. Poor moderation from the CNN team. I agree. I don't think CNN's done that great. They should have stuck with it. Biden's response is correct, but listless. He fails to deliver what is a home run for him. Sad. Yeah, I would say I agree with that. I think that's very well said. I think
very well said, Rodrigo.
Biden was tossed a softball. And Trump has succeeded. He spun this January 6th debate into talking about the riots in Portland and Minnesota. Well, because now that's what Biden's talking about.
World, what was going on, the whole world prior. And
I mean, Biden, if I'm Biden, I would have taken it right back to January 6th.
Yeah.
But what is Biden talking about? Now he's defending his, like what happened when he was in the office. He's saying, well, Okay, so now he's bringing it back to January 6th. But it's too late. He's already gone through his minute. All right, here we go. The felony question. All right, so tough question to Trump. They're saying, would you go after your political opponent? Here's some side-by-side optics. So we got Biden, Trump.
Wow.
So far, no one's brought up felony, but they've talked about going after political opponents. I hope everybody in the chat with us is watching along with us, watching the debate. I wish I could stream the whole thing with us, but CNN wanted $50,000 from our little media company. $50,000 is how much they wanted.
We don't have that budget yet.
From Cella Media, my little company, and I can't afford that. All right, here's Biden. He's getting mad.
Yeah.
Biden's got to stop the pointing. All right, here we go. Here's some side by side
with his pen.
All right, so we have.
Whoa.
Ooh, this is getting tough.
That got dirty.
All right, so Biden just said that Trump molested a woman. Trump has stayed pretty disciplined through that. He's staying on message. I think that Biden's goal was to get him off his game and really tick him off.
That would have done it.
This is the most disciplined I've actually seen Trump in any debate. If I'm really thinking about it. I've never agreed with Rodrigo so much. So Trump normalizing his conviction and comparing it to Hunter is wild. The crazy part is both verdicts were politically driven. Both were witch hunts.
Thank you, Rod.
I 100% agree. I think they were a waste of taxpayer money. They were both politically motivated. All right. So this tough question actually for Biden. So Trump's asking him, if people vote for Trump, does that mean they're voting against democracy? That was the heart of the question. But it puts Biden in a tough spot because Biden doesn't want to diss potential voters. So it'll be interesting to see how he responds. All right. So Biden throughout Germany, that's a euphemism for Nazis. And so I think what Biden is trying to do is invoke imagery of fascism. Well, now he's saying Nazis. So I actually think this is going to hurt Biden.
Yeah.
I don't think this is going to hurt Trump.
There we go.
All right, let's take a look at the side-by-side here. So we got Trump and Biden. Cross your fingers. Our stream still has not been taken down.
Oof.
All right, so Trump is saying that Biden's worst president has the worst presidency we've had.
But Biden's reactions, Biden's facial reactions, Brandon, are
Biden,
just.
Someone's got to turn Biden.
This is gonna be this is meme material.
All right, so I don't think Biden's angry, but I think Biden's trying to show emotion and coming across as too angry.
Well, it's, it's abuelo mad, he's kind of just.
I don't think this is a topic either that is going to help or hurt either candidate. The topic of the guys with the tiki torches, whatever they're marching around with.
No.
I just don't think this is a hot enough event. If I were Biden, and I have 1 minute, 2 minutes, I'm going to spin this into something that is meaningful. I bring it back to abortion or something like that. Something that I know is going to have results.
Or you get immigration
time. Immigration even, yeah. But it wouldn't. I'd get off this topic.
Is that a break?
All right. So there we go. All right. So CNN is going to commercial. You see right here, they're spinning to commercial. We are 50 minutes through the debate. This is the first debate that we've seen in 4 years. Chime in. Let me know what you guys think. I want to hear what you guys think. Pauly.
Yeah.
How would you grade? Let's see. Let's just do an A, B, C, D. How would you grade Trump and Biden so far?
I would say Trump B-, Biden C-.
All right, so B-, C-. I guess there's a lot we can unpack there, like what your grading criteria is. I would grade them both a B- or C+ in terms of, I don't know if I could. Can I do that? Can I pick both?
You can do whatever you want.
C+, B- in terms of discipline. I think they started out disciplined. I think the last 20 minutes they've gone back smarter to what they traditionally would be. I'm not impressed really with either one controlling the narrative. Ideally as a candidate, you want to go in and control the narrative. So regardless of what the question is, you're always controlling the narrative, always bringing it back to those few 2 or 3 points that you want to hammer in, right? So if I'm Biden, I'm going to hammer abortion. I'm going to hammer
immigration.
It could be immigration. Either candidate could run with immigration. It's just how they.
But Biden
run with immigration too.
But I'm with you. Is that's when I really tune out with how Trump talks about immigration. So that is what if I was Biden's people, I'd be hitting that
Well,
hardcore.
And I think if I were Trump, I'd be hammering inflation. I'd be bringing up inflation, things like that. And if I'm Biden and I see that he's not, then maybe I would bring it up to offset it so he doesn't get a chance. I'd de-arm him before he gets a chance to bring up inflation. I'd say, hey, inflation is getting better. We have an economy that's raging. The trajectory is going to continue to go upward. You elect me for another 4 years, it's going to look even better next year than it does now. It's continuing to improve. Why switch horses in the middle of the stream? We are out of this thing. Why bring in a new president? I would have said that if I were Biden, because there's always a risk of Trump bringing up inflation. So I'd get ahead of that if I were Biden. But so I would say C+ probably for both candidates in terms of controlling the message. But I would give a B- to both candidates in terms of staying relatively disciplined in past debates. There's a couple of zingers in there, but considering we've got 2 old guys who really don't like each other, probably could have been worse.
Well, the reason why I gave Trump so far a B- is that I just thought he was far more alert, on point, like you said, disciplined, fiery. Whereas there was a few times where Biden wasn't. So, I agree with you on all the issues and everything that you brought up. I'm just giving the edge a little bit right now, just as far as presentation and discipline to Trump.
Yeah, I would probably have to give a slight edge to Trump, and that's because of the bar with Trump. Yeah. So here's a comment right here. So Biden is so out of it. It's Biden. Yeah, Biden needs to fix some of his body language. Trump looks abnormally disciplined. He looks like he wants to win this sucker. Like he came in here, he let himself go a little bit, but he wheeled himself back in.
That's a good point. That's a good point, Brandon. It's like maybe there's is there a fire under Trump now to win this? Because of what happened with his case. Like you said, like early on, it's like, man, he looks kind of angry.
Well, here's the debate just came back on.
Oh, okay.
A tough question to Biden. They're asking, are you disappointed that you basically haven't done more for the Black community?
Whoa.
So that's a tough question.
Here we go.
So Biden is saying the Black unemployment is the lowest it's been in a long time. Now, Trump recently had a pretty good turnout, not just in the Bronx in New York, but also in Detroit with almost entirely a Black audience. So he's definitely made inroads. In fact, he was polling at 21% in the Black community, which is unheard of. It's about 13% higher than what the average Republican would get. Okay, so let me see here. This is kind of interesting. All right. Every time I push something, Trump not being able to talk over Biden is helping. He can't speak for 30 seconds coherently.
Wow.
Interesting point. So this was not a good answer. So Biden said that inflation is hurting the Black community badly, and so he implemented legislation to help them, which undermines his point that inflation is not that bad. All right, so here's some optics side by side. Let's take a look. Again, you can see Trump really, really wants to say stuff. You can tell
he's gunning, man. He's ready. Here we go.
He's trying to stay disciplined. All right, so Trump is saying that Biden caused inflation, so we're back to inflation after talking about the Black community.
We brought it to food. We brought it to the wallet.
This is the side-by-side optics right here with just are not good.
Oh, they just took it off.
Yeah. Well, so look at Biden. Yeah, so they removed that. Gosh, Biden, if I'm his debate coach, just you got to get away from, you got to keep your body straight.
Oh.
So this, I really don't, this is a side again I don't like about Trump. So Biden is saying that immigrants are coming over here and taking Black jobs. This is a play for the Black vote, which I think plays very well with the Black community. Biden is saying that there is no inflation. I don't know if anybody believes that.
My problem with Biden and how he talks about blacks, Latinos, it's so outdated. It feels very My Little Brown Ones.
Yeah, it does at times. You
It's
know,
just so.
you try to give him a little bit of a pass because of his age, but there are times that Biden, the way he talks about black and brown people,
Yeah,
I'm just like, kind of makes me
I
cringe.
right, right.
You know, the difference, in fact, I think that's why Trump's been successful is Trump really doesn't change the way he talks around anybody. You know, like when he talks to a crowd of black people or a crowd of, you know, brown people,
Mm,
he just, it's like the same thing he would say in front of anyone. And I think people like that. We're close to 300 people to our live stream right now. So welcome everybody. Thank you for joining us. I'm Brandon Lauren Maxwell. My podcast is on Tuesdays. My startup company is called Daily Chela, and I'm here with my friend Polly from the Latino Slant.
what up?
And this is our first live debate special together.
Yeah, thank you everyone in the chats. All our Slantinos or members or subscribers. Make sure you're subscribed to the Daily Chela as well.
So here we go. They asked Trump about the climate crisis. Will he do anything to help stop it? Now, if I'm a political debate coach or a strategist, you know what I would have told Trump? I would have told him to spin that question immediately into what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop climate activists from destroying famous paintings and famous monuments. Because I think that plays so much better with the average American person who sees these news clips of climate activists going and dumping paint on the Mona Lisa or whatever it is. And I think that if I were Trump, I would have spun it into that as a political strategy to sidestep that question. But especially when there was some big news that happened today with a bunch of people dumping paint all over the steps, and then of course throwing paint on the monument last week. So we're back. Trump spun the climate question back to the black community.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that Trump is probably controlling the narrative a bit better than Biden at this point. So CNN just tried to press Trump again on that. we had H2O. All right, so these side-by-side optics here, this doesn't look good. Again, they just pulled away from it, but you have Biden. So from far away, it doesn't look so bad, but side by side, you had Biden spinning to the left. You have Trump trying to keep in his emotions. You can see he's moves his head a lot. We'll check in on the feed again off and on as we continue to go. So far, we're going through an hour. We have not been polled by any of the stream on any of our streams. So I think my technique here of streaming from my television inside my office rather than online has tricked the algorithms, and I can pull it in enough to not get us taken down. All right. Well, Biden's talking about 1.5 degrees Celsius. I don't think
that's a pretty boring answer.
This is he's got to get out of the weeds on this. All right, here's some side-by-side optics again. Talking about climate change. All right, so Biden's turned again. You can see on the side-by-side. He's kind of he's got to get. If I'm his people, I'd be waving to him. I'll bring the stream back in off and on as we go.
Interesting, Brandon. I thought what who would win the bizarre faces would be Trump.
Trump is known for bizarre faces,
and it's been Biden.
Yeah, Trump's been kept this same face for the most part. Following the debate, we're going to break it all down with Polly here, and we'll see who else joins me on the live feed. We had a couple other people that are supposed to join us. One had an emergency, but we'll see if the other person joins us. But we'll break this all down afterwards. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. You will see a lot more of me, at least. I've only done 4 podcasts since my return here. This is our live stream, teamed up with Polly, who was nice enough to help me out. We are almost at 300 people now. We're at 298. So I think we're going to hit 300. So the audience just keeps growing. So it's about 300 across X and Facebook and YouTube. So good audience tonight.
Thank you, everyone. I can't understand what he's saying, man.
What issues do you think we're going to close with? So we got about 25 minutes left. So now we're going to bring up Social Security. Let us know in the comments what you guys think of the debate so far. I'd be curious to know who you rate. A, B, C, what's the grade so far for Trump and Biden? Okay, yeah, we just surpassed 300. All right.
Nice.
So they're talking about Social Security. Nothing too interesting here. This is pretty standard debate stuff. Social Security comes up every debate, comes up in every election because it's never been solved. Biden's face is one of someone at Baskin-Robbins deciding between all 31 flavors, while Trump looks like he's mad they don't have hooker-flavored ice cream. I should have read that comment before I put it up.
Yeah.
All right. So we have
Julissa.
I'm not impressed with either. That's not good with either candidate. I don't think either candidate would want to hear that.
And Julissa is California Latina.
And hi,
Julissa.
I'm not impressed with the substance of either one. I'm impressed with how disciplined Trump has been.
Right.
That's surprised. The most thing I'm impressed with. I did not think he would be disciplined this long. I know Rodrigo saying that he thinks the debate sucks. I think all the debates are interesting because I just love politics. But I think it sucks for the American people in that I don't know if we ever make real headway in debates as far as substantive discussions. But that's not why we watch debates. So my question to people watching, and you can feel free to let me know in the comment section, from what you've seen so far, do you think Biden accomplished his goal of showing that he can be president for another 4 years? And do you think that Trump accomplished his goal of trying to show that he can be a little bit more disciplined? Now, we still got 20 more minutes, so we'll see what changes. Here we go from Sander. Trump is so much better. He is more agile and is more up with the facts and not the propaganda that Biden is spouting. So that is from Sander. Rodrigo. Oh, I love debates too, Brandon. Like you, I'm a political animal. I love political discourse. I just don't think there was any substance. Rodrigo's on a roll tonight. I think he's trying to say, how much can I get Brandon to agree with me for once? The problem is they're Trump facts.
I think Rodrigo's been saving all his one-liners for tonight. Good job, Rod.
So if I'm a debate coach now, and so we got 20 minutes left in the debate, I'm telling my guy, you want to go out with a bang, something that people remember you by. You want to stay disciplined, but you really want to drive home that kind of main core message of your campaign. And I would guess that if they're going to do that, in about 10 minutes, they should be steering the direction of the debate toward their message. So we'll see what message, if any, these candidates steer the debate to. Okay, so cost of childcare now is the next topic by CNN. You know, what I'm curious to know is I could think of a million other more important issues that CNN could have brought up besides childcare. And Paulie, you're muted, so I can't hear you.
But it's voters.
There you are.
It's the older voters just a minute ago, and now it's families. I think actually this is good. There's climate control, crisis. It's kind of like that was boring. Sorry, but I think when you're talking about, the Social Security for the elderly people are voting for Biden. That should be a really good question for Biden. And then the child, that's all families. That's all inflation. I actually think this is actually really good.
I'm curious to know if CNN is going to bring up LGBTQ type issues. And it's a hot button topic. You're in Pride Month. I mean, I think they should bring it up. It's a cultural wedge, and it will throw both of them off their game, which is always fun. But I'm not sure if CNN has the guts to do it. So we'll see. We've got about 15 minutes left. Right now, they're talking about who fires more people than the other. It's kind of a stupid conversation. It doesn't do anything for either candidate. Here's the optics side by side again.
Whoa. He's got that weird Billy Bob Thornton smile, man.
Trump is looking, he's getting amped up here.
Yeah.
And he's done so well through this so far. I mean, if I'm his debate coach, I'm thinking to myself, all right, you made it this long. Don't go screw it up the last 15 minutes. Biden just keeps spacing off, though. He looked over there. I mean, he's got this thing with moving left.
Is that why he wanted to be on the right?
And CNN cuts out every time. All right. So, Biden's got to get his head up. He's done this the whole debate. Trump's going into doomsday rant. Here's an interesting comment. Whoops, wrong one. Let's see here. Biden misses so many opportunities to confront Trump with with facts. Another marketing fail by Dems. Rodrigo again. I will say Trump stayed closer to his goal, but mostly by avoiding mistakes rather than showing out. Yeah, and I would say that was his goal. You know what? The real winner in this, Paulie, is us for being able to keep this stream coming in off and on and not get taken down. Like many of our friends and competitors who have been removed.
All our people watching on all the platforms right now. Thank you guys. This is awesome.
So they're still talking about single parents right now. I just don't think this is a big enough issue to swing voters either way. I don't know, maybe someone on CNN staff had a kid and couldn't get childcare and really pressed for this. I just don't hear this being a big.
Oof, look at that smile.
How will you unwind after the stream? I don't know if that's a sarcastic question or if it's a serious question.
Daniel T.
I don't know. I'm going to unwind by talking about the debate a little bit more because I love politics, and we'll probably break it down with Paulie, and then maybe I'll go get McDonald's. So at this point, Trump is controlling the narrative. He's talking about cutting taxes. Here's the side-by-side optics again. We got Biden. I think Biden's looking at his notes, but I don't know what he's doing. He's got to get his head up. I think family is a losing issue with Democrats and progressives. I know there are a lot of families who are Democrats and there are a lot of progressives who have families, but they just don't emphasize it. They don't talk about it very often. They tend to have a more secular approach to politics than the right and the Republican Party. So I think this is a losing issue for Democrats. The longer they stay on it, the worse for Biden. And when you're an incumbent president, Paulie, even if you're losing, you're losing. So because you're an incumbent president, so you're always going to have an advantage. So
yeah, but you also have a former president, which is different.
It's different, but it's not the advantage that you have when you're in office. So opioid crisis. So we're talking about the drug crisis. This is a interesting discussion, but again, probably not enough to swing. Although in the South, the opioid crisis is even bigger than on the West Coast. It's really bad in some states in the South. So it's possible there are people in the South who do care, who are, really paying attention to this issue. So Trump just spun that back to China again.
Nice. Call him a maturing candidate.
All right. Here's the side-by-side optics, Trump and Biden. Yeah, Northeast hit by opioids too. I see Pat saying, yeah, the drug crisis has been, the opioid crisis specifically has been pretty bad everywhere in the country. I just traveled to 30 cities for our movie, and I saw it every city I went to and every town that I passed through. It's a really bad thing. Now, okay, and speaking about drugs, I mean, if I'm Trump, I would have spun this issue back to somewhere like Portland. I would have said, "Hey, look what happened at Portland. Portland was a Democrat, progressive-run city. They legalized drugs. They did all these things, and what did they do? They had to go back and reverse all of their drug policies because it destroyed the city. You're going to get more of that if you elect Biden. You should elect me because against things like that. That's what Trump should have done. And if I were a debate coach, that's what I would have coached him to do. But he didn't. He's taking it back to China and he's speaking in platitudes. Here's a side by side again. Oh, okay. They just changed it. Now Trump's going to talk about the border, the drugs coming across the border. Biden is saying he wanted to use a machine to detect fentanyl. Yeah, this is a good comment right here by Pet Brett. How hard is it to say more resources to shut down domestic and international fentanyl? Exactly. Yeah, that's all. That's all you really have to say. But we're talking about machines. Kenneth, Trump equals more energy, no substance.
Yeah, but this is a television thing, so Kenneth knows. The filmmaker.
Visual optics matter in politics. I'm surprised though that CNN really is spending this much time on these last two issues. You have 10 minutes left in the debate. They still haven't brought up. I mean, why are they not bringing up book banning, or why are they not bringing up some of the LGBTQ school issues, or why are they not bringing up? I don't know. There's a million other hot button issues right now that I feel like they could have talked about. That if they had their pulse on average people. All right, so more side by side optics here. All right, so now they're talking about concerns that Americans might have for each candidate. The last 50 years of policy says U.S. does not truly want to end drug trafficking. Yeah, well, I agree. I mean, they're meeting demand. I think we need to address demand in our own country before you address supply, because without demand, there'd be no supply. Vinzinger, speaking of which, you guys seen the Libertarian Convention and Trump's appearance there? I did see it. Yes, I did see it. I'm a pretty libertarian guy in most of my politics, but I've never liked libertarians. I don't like the Libertarian Party either. The thing about libertarians is the worst thing about libertarianism is the libertarians. All right. So the question is, can Biden still serve as president well into his 80s? I don't know who structured the questions in this debate, but CNN hasn't done a very good job. It's been about as anticlimactic as possible in terms of the structure of the questions and where they place them in the debate.
This is a bad follow-up.
This is smart for Biden. So Biden is saying, I've never heard somebody talk bad about the country so much. Biden is saying, we're the best country in the world. This is typically what Republicans are, how they talk. So I think it's smart of Biden to talk that way. I've always made the case that I think Democrats should talk that way more often, but they don't generally. So here's Trump on the age question for himself. Typical Trump answer.
Yeah.
All right. So Trump is listing off all the things he's won and aced. Talking about golf matches. Trump's got to get a hold of himself. He's been pretty disciplined throughout the debate, but he's starting to go off. I don't like the Libertarian Party either, but I do like libertarians since they're not wrong about the state government involvement, interventionism, and self-sufficiency. Yeah, if I were going to say, okay, I'm a libertarian, I'm a small L libertarian. I don't like the big L party libertarian, but I am definitely not a fan of government, at least the bureaucratic state. I'm not an anarchist, but I'm not a fan of the bureaucratic state or the administrative state. So we have a few parting shots right here.
This is hilarious, this talk, man.
They're both not doing too good. They're
both lost it on. It's really funny. They both lost it on the age question.
So they're arguing about golf.
Yeah, I had an 8 handicap. You had a 6.
This is the this is all right. The question out of all the questions so far that really got them amped up was the question about golf and age.
Well, it's age, right? Oh no, I got this one. I won this. No, you had an 8. I had a 9. Oh boy.
So they just asked Trump if political violence was acceptable. Kind of a stupid question. I doubt any president's going to go up there and say yes. Very disappointed in the questions from CNN.
Yeah.
I don't think they were that great.
No real culture war questions.
You know, love or hate culture war issues. Yeah. Culture war issues motivate a lot of voters.
I mean, it permeates in a lot of other areas too. Entertainment, movies, and stuff we covered. There's a lot of that culture war.
Well, I'll say this too. I don't think not having an audience has been as impactful as I thought it might. I thought not having an audience would really throw Trump off and even just impact the overall dynamics of the debate, but it really hasn't.
No, not at all. He's won on that.
So here we go. We might hit 400 people watching tonight. Thank you, everybody who's joined us, and thank you to all the platforms that have not taken us down. I think so. We have Trump right now talking about how close we are to World War III. Now, Trump is getting back into the typical Trump right now. He's becoming apocalyptic. World War III. I would rather have Joe Rogan as a debate moderator, says Vinzinger. That'd be interesting. I actually think he'd probably do a pretty good job. What they should do is take somebody from the left and somebody from the right and let them do a joint moderation. All right, so they're going to ask Trump, "Will you accept the results of the election?" This is a bit of a question, I think, designed to get Trump amped up. All right, so Trump is arguing that basically Putin never would have invaded Ukraine had he been president. Now we're going to lose.
You would have had him, would have checked him.
I think the Ukraine issue has bigger appeal than Biden might realize. So CNN's trying to take it back. So
said if it's fair and legal, he'll accept the election results.
Yeah, I think this is where, if I'm Trump's team, I'd start to worry about him going off. He's been pretty disciplined the whole debate, but this is an issue that gets under his skin. All right, side-by-side optics here.
Ooh, called him a whiner.
Biden just called him whiner. I don't think that's good for Biden.
Yeah.
This is...
Yep.
Biden actually, I thought this would have been really good for Biden if he could close on this note by saying, oh, Trump didn't accept the results of the election. Okay, so they're going to commercial. Let me break this down really quick. So this last exchange was really interesting. Trump started to go off the rails a little bit. It's an issue that he really drives him crazy. He started talking about the election, basically how it was stolen, that type of thing. Biden should have just kept it on that message. Because it looks worse for Trump than Biden. I think Biden calling him a whiner multiple times makes Biden look really petty. And there's no differentiating Biden and Trump at that point, just from the optics of the debate exchange. So, calling him whiner once was one thing, but calling him a whiner again multiple times, I think at that point people start to say, oh, okay, Biden's just being just as petty as Trump.
Right.
What's the difference between
it's not
the
a good
two?
look. It's not a good look.
It's not a good look. He his goal should be to separate himself as a president.
I was just going to say, right? It's not presidential. Called him a loser, a sucker, and a whiner.
Yeah, and that's typical Biden. Biden has been like that. A lot of his career. Yeah. But for whatever reason, Trump tends to get away with it better than Biden. No references to Corn Pop though, so we'll have to wait till the next debate to see if Corn Pop comes up, which is Biden's favorite person to bring up. So I'm guessing we're gonna have closing arguments or statements coming in, and Biden or Trump will have the last say because they agreed prior to the debate that that Trump would have the last say. So we'll see what goes on. Overall, I would say, so at halftime, I had rated everybody at B-, C+ range. I think I'm down to a C- at this point, probably with both candidates. What about you, Paulie?
I would go C+ Trump, C- Biden.
Okay, so C+ Trump, C- Biden. Now, what is the difference between the C+ and the C-?
I just think he's sharper with his answers, with his with his information, and even when he was going off the hinge a little bit, it was an old school Trump hinge. I just had a hard time understanding a lot of what Biden was saying.
Yeah, I do think that Trump was sharper. I think Trump let himself go a little bit toward the end. This is kind of a good. So this is from Marty McFly. I'm guessing not the real name, but it's like De La Hoya fight, long and slow with a lot of dancing.
Nice, Marty.
I did think we were going to get a flurry toward the end, which we did, like a typical boxing match. You get those flurries before the bell rings, and so we just got that first flurry, and we'll see if we get another. But my guess is CNN is going to come back and give each candidate a closing statement, and that will be that. So unless one of them interrupts the other, I don't think there's going to be any more questions on any issues. CNN stayed away from the culture issues because they're a bunch of chickens. It'll be interesting to see what everybody else thought of the debate, but we'll have to wait and see afterwards because of the licensing with CNN. They would not allow commentary from the other stations during the debate.
Yeah.
Yep. So, all right. So like I said, they said it's time for the closing thoughts. 2 minutes each. Here comes Biden. So Biden is using this opportunity for his 2 minutes to first talk about taxes. I don't think this is a good closing statement from what I'm watching so far. So Biden is stumbling a bit.
Yeah.
And he's a little bit all over the map.
See, I can't follow his line of thinking if he can't.
So we're at about 350 viewers right now.
Nice.
With Facebook, X, and Instagram, and YouTube. I think this was a horrible closing statement by Biden.
Yeah.
It's very rambling. It's all over the place. I mean, if I'm a strategist again, I'm saying hammer down one or two issues. Here comes Trump. Trump is rambling too, but he has more energy than Biden did.
Wow.
Okay, so I think Trump should get away from going after Biden so much, but this is Trump's nature. This is what Trump does. He goes after his opponents. As far as a political, he's running for president, so I would expect him to. So both candidates went off on multiple issues. I'm really surprised. Both of them were relatively disciplined for the first half, and then it just unraveled from there. And their closing statements, neither one looked like they were prepared. All right, so that was the debate. Let's break this down a little bit, Pauly. So let me just say what I just said. I'll clarify a little bit. So I thought that they came out very disciplined. I saw Trump more disciplined than I've seen him in a long time. And I saw Biden looked pretty good too. But around 6:30, I would say 6:40, about halfway through the debate, things started to unravel. They started taking a few shots at each other. And I think it just went downhill from there. I would have expected one of the candidates, if not both, to have very prepared closing statements and to be able to hammer home one or two key issues. What I saw was two guys who I think had let the previous 30, 40 minutes build up, and then they just ranted for 2 minutes about multiple issues, none of which I think any American can come home and say, this person, is really passionate or cares about that issue. This person cares about that issue. We didn't learn anything. So in other words, we're exactly where we were, at the beginning of the debate, which, shouldn't surprise anybody. But if I were running, I would have kept it to one or two issues. I would have said, well, Biden didn't give a very good closing statement. I don't need to go after him. He just destroyed himself on stage. So now I'm just going to tell the American people, what I'm going to do as president and why they're going to love it. But I think Trump squandered the opportunity by going after Biden to kick him when he was down, because that's Trump's nature. And then I think Biden seemed discombobulated. So what are your thoughts, Paulie? Where do you agree with me? Where do you disagree with me? And I'd also be curious to hear everybody else's thoughts in the comment section.
Yeah, I want to put a poll in the chat and just ask who they think won.
Who do you think won, though, Paulie? I want to know who you think won.
Oh, I'm going to tell you, man. I'm going to tell you. All right, just started the poll.
He's like, as soon as the poll results come in.
As soon as the poll results come in.
All right, so here we got someone from the audience. First one in here, Trump won. That's from JMG.
Yeah.
All right.
I think I agree with a lot what you're saying. I think Trump won because he understood the assignment, and he didn't get thrown off with this debate setup.
Who? Trump.
And it was Biden that got a little more thrown off than anything. Who made the funny faces? Who talked when his mic was off? We were expecting that from Trump.
Mm-hmm.
So on that, I'm barely giving it to Trump.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Dumbass. Neither. It was a clown show. We're doomed.
But you would expect that comment from Nostradamus.
Here's another one. Same one. Neither. Not a choice. So, all right. So,
okay.
I think, okay. So basically, the optics of the debate were lined against Trump because of his style.
Uh-huh.
But you think that, so Trump won because of that. I think that the optics of the debate were not, were not, how might I say it, complimentary toward his style. He likes an audience. He wants to be able to keep going without his mic getting shut off. So we thought maybe that would impact Trump more than it did.
Mm-hmm.
Trump stayed relatively disciplined. Therefore, he won the debate because Biden got thrown off his game a little bit. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's who won, who lost. Mm-hmm. Bumper Trident, Trump or Biden. Oh Jesus, they're affecting me. We got to pick a winner. We're gonna pick a president.
Well, November. Okay, so here's Rodrigo. I got to be honest. I wouldn't call it a win, but Biden failed to impress. America lost, and that Rodrigo is not a Trump supporter saying that. So that's just interesting to hear some thoughts from somebody who's like, this isn't somebody from the right who is saying that Biden failed to impress. And here's another thought. JMG, I'll say in all fairness, CNN gave them time to speak. I agree. I think they did.
Yeah.
More than what I thought. I actually thought that they were going to be, a little bit trigger happy and cutting off everybody's mics. I think CNN understood that maybe that would backfire on them.
Yeah, I actually was surprised. And again, too, I think I just think that Biden's this didn't help him. And so I'm curious if they do another debate where it's a little more back and forth, live audience, how that is going to go. Because this was as controlled as it could have gotten. So
yeah, it was, and I think that after looking at this debate,
mm-hmm.
I think that you're more likely to get Trump now, who wants to do another debate more than Biden, because I think that even though both were off their game a little bit toward the end, I still think it slightly favored Trump more than it did Biden.
We got 12 votes in the poll. All 12 for Trump, who won. 13 votes now. And that's in the Latino slant chat.
All right. So what are the results so far for that?
13 votes, 100% that Trump, all 13 votes are going to Trump.
Whoa, that's your audience, Paulie.
Oh, yeah.
That can't be my audience.
Is horrible.
All right. So here we go. From James. People wanted to see a coherent and functional Biden. That Biden didn't show up. A coherent and functional Trump did. So, okay, well, these are just initial reactions, but I'll say the initial reactions, and including from some people on here who I know for a fact are not right-wing conservative Trump supporters, are not impressed with Biden. And so it's, it goes back. Biden's an incumbent president. It should be easy to just walsh in there and come out a winner. It shouldn't be hard to screw up. And so Biden did look aloof at times. He didn't help the narrative that so I think it was just a couple weeks ago, he was taking a lot of heat. They were saying, oh, he was out of it. He was spinning in circles. He didn't know where he was. His press secretary came out and said, oh, it's not true. So everybody took it at face value, but now you're seeing him on the debate stage and he looked slightly out of it at times. Anasazi said, well, okay, maybe, he looked tired. That's possible, but that's not a good look either. I mean, if you're president, sorry, but you're working all the time. Being tired, I'm sorry, it's what? It's 7:30 where I'm at on the West Coast. I don't know where this debate was. Maybe it's 10:30 over there, but you shouldn't be that out of it at 10:30 if you're president of the United States. Because what do they say? What's that? You never know when the red phone's going to ring. So I think
leader of the free world. So that's 24/7.
What's this here? Sanders, traditional Latinos, not the Latinx folks. Pauly is your audience.
No, my audience is everyone. Stop it, Sanders. Shut up. Sanders, a European troublemaker.
I'll tell you right now, the Latinx folks are probably not my audience, but I actually do have a fair amount of friends who use Latinx who still support me. So much love to them.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't care what you call yourself. Just be respectful to other people's views, and that's a different conversation we could have. Maybe we can bring on Rodrigo and Kenneth and talk about that.
All right. This is coming in right now.
Speaking of Kenneth.
So, all right. Wasn't impressed with Biden, but not voting for someone who watched our Capitol get invaded by supporters. We'll get back to that. Clearly, that is a big issue for a lot of people still, and Kenneth is one of them.
Wait, can you put that back up? I was reading it.
I want to see here.
Would you mind putting that back up?
So I've got some news.
Kenneth has been consistent over the last.
Kenneth's been very consistent. Yeah, Kenneth
with January 6th, and that's fair, and I respect you. I don't really agree, because there's been catastrophe after catastrophe in our cities on both sides for years now. So I don't know, man. I don't know, brother.
All right.
But,
so we have some interesting developments on CNN. So let's look at this. So this is CNN sources after the debate. CNN's reporting Democrats are saying we have a problem after tonight's debate.
Really?
This is sources coming from DNN.
Now they're saying
top political Democrat strategists are saying. So I think the consensus is that Biden lost this debate at this point. And so that's interesting. That's CNN reporting it. Now let's look at a few other comments. Rosa is with us.
Yeah, we can check out her.
Talking, Connie, in reaction to the debate are embarrassing.
We've been on our platforms on X, over a billion people following us. We're the best. Oh my God.
Yeah. Well, this is we're talking about President of the United States.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, and on one end, it's the most American thing ever to sit and poke fun at these two guys, right? And on the other end, when you really think about it, the world is in turmoil. And these are going to be the people leading arguably the most influential country in the world.
100%.
So you have this dichotomy. And so I think Rosa actually brings up a good point. I'm not sure if it's the point she was trying to drive home or not, but it sort of is embarrassing in that light. It is funny, but it's also worrisome. And no doubt, whoever wins, there's going to be a whole other half of the country that's going to be very upset. But I think it's interesting. Sources, Dems are saying we have a problem after tonight's debate.
I'm sorry.
CNN.
I made the mistake of going on Twitter.
Who said that?
some crucial. There's some brutal memes going on right now, bro.
Is there?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh wow. All right. Well, I haven't been on there as long as the memes. I mean, I guess CNN libs already had a problem like 6 months ago. Kenneth Castillo, love you all. Thank you, Kenneth, for coming by. And we're almost at 400 with our audience right now.
Wow.
So, I mean, that's amazing. I was expecting like maybe 20, 30 people, but it's been nice to come onto the scene, start to do podcasts. And hopefully you guys give us a follow. Paulie's over at Latino Slant. You can look up the Latino Slant. And me, I am Brandon Lauren Maxwell. You can look me up. I'm on YouTube. I just started my podcast, and then I'm on Twitter. And I have a company called Daily Cella. And so you'll see us a lot more going. I'm certainly not going anywhere.
Really fast. Fletcher is in the chat. Throwing the links up if you want to highlight Fletcher's. Subscribe to Brandon at Daily Cella. You can star it, Brandon, and then always keep.
Yeah, I don't know how to do any of that. I'm not very good, but you can follow me at whatever the @@ symbol is, Brandon L. Maxwell. That's how you find me.
We're trying to teach Brandon here. Okay, we're trying to teach him the YouTubes.
Yeah, I'm not very good at this stuff. So
the YouTubes.
Yeah, okay, it'll be interesting to see. So all right. So
what do we got?
I'll tell you right now, if the Democrat Party doesn't want Biden, it won't happen. It won't happen. Now I can't think of a example in recent time where the DNC basically unseated their president. But I think this creates an opening for the Newsom discussion.
No.
Right? Gavin Newsom.
No.
Yes, I do.
No.
I do.
No.
All right.
YouTube.
Let's see here. CNN analyst self-admitted Biden-loving Dems, self-admitting program disaster. Oof, I was on the fence, but Trump did not answer the questions. Dude stays on topic.
Yeah, I just looked into CNN right now, guys. They're saying aggressive discussions are happening. I guess the Democrats are panicking. I actually think,
wow.
I didn't think it was a disaster. Well, maybe it is. Maybe I'm so used to, come on, man.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just so used to.
Well, I think the bar's so. I thought the bar was lower. I guess maybe. I really didn't think.
I don't know what you guys were expecting. Like this, Biden's just not the same person as he was 4 to 8 years ago. It's not. God bless him. It's not a. I'm not trying to be a jerk. It's just old age, guys.
Darth Plato, it was a disaster.
My boy Darth Plato, what's up?
Not Gavin. He has a Trump-sized ego. Watch for Wes Moore. Yeah, well, look, Newsom is actually pretty disciplined candidate. He's scary to that extent. He's very smooth. He's very he's got good temperament. He's somewhat experienced, but I personally am not a fan of Newsom.
Okay,
and I don't think Newsom could win. Actually,
why don't we do a new poll? Why don't we put up like who would be the Democratic choices to replace Biden?
It's Newsom. There is nobody else.
There's
nobody else. It's not going to be Kamala. No, it's not going to be Kamala. She's too incompetent.
I know, but I like doing polls in our live chat. They love it. This is YouTube engagement, Brandon.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
You do your engagement.
Look at 24 votes, 92% Trump, 8% Biden. Okay, I'm going to end that poll.
All right, you end that poll. I think that this is an interesting comment. You start your other poll. Okay. Newsom leaves a. Oh wait, wrong one. Let me see here.
What does he lead?
Okay, Gavin is a dream candidate for progressives, not traditional Dems, and that's the key, right? So the problem with the Newsom candidacy, okay, is that I think what's going to happen is if Newsom runs, you're going to get half the country that says, I don't want to be the West Coast. Because all they hear are all these horror stories about Portland, about Los Angeles, about San Francisco. And so there's no way they're going to vote for Newsom because his name is tied to California. And I don't know how he's going to overcome that hurdle. I just toured 30 cities when my movie came out, By the way, for you watching, I have a movie called American Homeboy that just came out. So go check out the movie American Homeboy. You can stream it online now. It's already out of theaters, but it'll go to bigger streaming later this summer. So I went on a 30-city tour after I made the movie. Everywhere I went, I talked to people about politics because that's what I love to do. And everywhere I went, in all these Latino communities, they all, even Latinos, said they didn't want to be the West Coast. You know, like gone are the days where I travel to other parts of the country and they're like, oh man, you're from the West Coast. That's so awesome. Now I go out there and they're like, oh, I can't stand the West Coast. Oh, all I see is horror stories about the West Coast. Oh, Portland, LA, those places are always burning to the ground. Isn't there a bunch of crime? That's what I hear. And so I think that most people think that way, even though it's really not that bad on the West Coast. Like you have pockets, but it's not what you think. I mean, I love the West Coast. I wouldn't live anywhere else other than the West Coast. But the perception of the West Coast is that it's just disarray and anarchy.
Well, listen, there's not a perception when stuff is very expensive now. It's very expensive now more than ever to live in California, to live in Los Angeles. I'm not making this up. This is like my day. This is our day in, day out, right? We're very smart with what, where we go shop, and all that stuff. It is, and we have to diversify and have a different revenue streams, just to keep just to keep our overhead. So that's not. I don't think that really is up for debate, Brandon. Other things might be up for debate, like, oh, it's a complete shithole. Oh, sorry, I cursed. All that other stuff. But I think when it comes to the wallet, comes to the pocket, that's what people at the end of the day check, man.
But what does that have to do with Gavin Newsom?
Everything.
Like, explain to me. You think that's a benefit?
Okay, well, listen. We have a new poll.
All right. Let's hear your poll, your engagement, Paulie.
Okay,
let's do your engagement.
Everyone, get on over right now. We have 13 votes going. Who could replace Biden? All right, you have Wes Moore, you have Gavin Newsom, you have Kamala, and you have Oprah. And Oprah is tied with Wes Moore, 31%. There you go.
What? Who put Oprah in the poll?
I did.
This is an unscientific poll.
No way. Hey, wait a minute. So you're making fun of my audience. You're making fun of my polls. What's going on here? I thought this was America. I thought this was democracy.
Okay, so Rodrigo thinks that that Newsom can overcome the California thing and deliver his message and run Trump through the ground. I think Newsom would be much better disciplined than Trump and much smoother. But I also think seeing them next to each other, for a lot of average people, they're going to say, Newsom's too smooth, right? It's like that car salesman that you get.
He's become too slick.
So slick, you don't buy from him. Not because he's wrong or because he can't offer you anything, but just because he seems like a slime ball. He's too smooth. He's too slick. I don't trust him. And I think with Trump, he wears everything on his shoulder. You get what you get. And so I think that Newsom's almost too good. And I think he can be great governor and he can be there for a long time as governor of California. I don't know how.
I mean, he's obviously a master politician. Survived a recall. I think he would do good in debates. I just don't. He doesn't have a record. I mean, this would be unprecedented. First of all, to replace Biden, that's crazy, man. That is wild. But maybe this is all. Maybe this is all part of the game plan.
Here we go. Right here, Bonzo. Vast majority of America does not want to become California. So that's what I hear.
100%.
I love California. I think most of America doesn't know California. They only get the headlines, right? So it's same like Portland. You see all these horrible things, and yeah, there's some horrible things, but 99%, of the states and cities are fine.
I love California, man. This is my home state.
There's nowhere like the West Coast.
Yeah, but that being said, I've traveled this entire country. I love this country. I love all the different people that make up this country, and unfortunately, all this stuff just really divides us. So we just got to keep all that in mind, guys. It's good to have good discussions and disagreements, but we're We're all American. You know.
Okay, so where does Biden go from here? Do you think that he takes part in another debate? Do you think that his team tries to convince him to possibly step aside and maybe Newsom and Kamala run together? Maybe Newsom and Castro out of Texas hook up or link up. I don't think Democrats would do that. I think they're going to have a woman on the ticket, but who can?
Well, I didn't even put up there was Hillary, because Hillary's been talking a lot lately.
It won't be Hillary. It's not going to be Hillary. But you know who it could be? It could be Michelle Obama.
Oh, is Oprah in the lead? Let me check the poll. What we can do is do the winners of. Yeah, Oprah's in the lead here. You guys are being silly. All right, go on. Because Brandon's a serious, political.
I love politics. Yeah, I don't. I did like Castro. I see Castro's name being mentioned here. I liked Castro out of Texas.
What has he done?
He hasn't done anything, which is the type of politician I want. I don't want a politician who goes there and passes a bunch of laws. I'm like, I think my view of politics is what's that guy's name on?
But isn't Homeboy and wasn't he Obama and Biden's?
Yeah, but he's a relatively moderate guy. He's not like some super left wing progressive. What's the guy's name from Park and Rec? The guy who hates the government, who works for the government.
Chris Pratt.
No. The guy with the mustache in Park and Rec who hates the government but works for the government.
Nick Offerman.
Yeah, what's his character's name?
I don't remember.
Well, I feel like him sometimes, but like a Mexican version. I don't want a politician that's going there and add more to the administrative state, or make things more bureaucratic, or add more taxes, or all those types of things. Ron Swanson, yeah, I feel like a Chicano Ron Swanson sometimes. I just want a politician that goes there and doesn't break stuff more, and possibly undoes a bunch of stuff. That's what I would like. But I did like Castro. I liked Castro a lot. I like the way he carries himself. I would rather have somebody in there who has, I think, carries himself with dignity. I think that's more important. It's so hard to find a presidential candidate who conducts himself with dignity. I don't even think Biden does it. I think Trump doesn't do it, but I don't think Biden necessarily does it either. And I voted for Biden because I wanted something different from Trump, but I haven't got that. Like when I look at Biden could be very contentious and very divisive just as much as Trump. And I've seen that over time. And I largely think at this point, Biden's not even running the show. I think that there's a lot of other people around Biden who are pushing other agendas that I didn't agree to or vote for. And I wonder how many other Americans feel that way.
I don't know if I agree with you, man. But listen, what's the conversation right now coming out of this debate? Let's wrap it up, because the Dems are saying they're like panicking. They're in aggressive panic. What does that mean?
Well, here's a Dem operative right now on CNN saying it's hard to argue that Biden should be our nominee.
Wow. Whoa.
So they're tough words. And that Biden's team is watching.
What? That's CNN.
That's CNN, yeah. So I'm interested to see some of the commentary later in the night. I haven't been on Twitter, but I can only imagine what they're saying on Twitter.
The memes are brutal, man.
Are they really?
Yeah, I don't know how low you want to go. I know you want to keep your cello decorum.
We have a pretty good audience on Twitter right now. We're at about 100 on Twitter. We're about 400 overall right now. We're at almost 400, and about 100 of those people are on Twitter watching us. So
I got 243 over on our Twitter page.
Oh wow, so that's pretty. So we're about 600 people.
No, I think it's all together. Together. Yeah. Either way, cool. We love it.
Yeah, no, it's good. It was the first time doing this, and
share some memes. Look at people want to see the memes.
It'll be interesting to see how this bears out coming election, whether or not we get another debate out of it or not.
Whether Biden's going to be it or not. This is a disaster to have them talking like this right now.
Yeah,
that is a nightmare right now.
Well, okay, so just
all Trump has to do is zip it.
Mm-hmm.
and stop talking about the immigration, you know, and all that garbage talk. I don't know, man.
No, you're right though. So from a political standpoint, the hard part about this is that for Biden, everybody's talking about Biden and whether or not he can continue. It's a disaster, all these different things. That's wonderful, Trump, because Trump can just step aside.
Yep.
And, you know, if I'm advising Trump, if I'm a political strategist, I'm going to say, hey, you know what? Just disappear for a week. Just disappear. Go campaign in a few small cities. Go raise some money. Let the media hound Biden. And what's going to happen is, you know, it's all going to be deferred to Biden's press secretary. She's going to get bombarded with these questions for a week. Eventually, she's probably going to lose her cool. And then the story's going to steamroll into 2 weeks. Just having watched politics enough, that's usually how it goes. So, you know, all of this is his poor secretary, press secretary, is going to be the one that has to deal with this for the next week. She's going to be hounded with questions. And so is his campaign manager. And it sucks because normally you would want a presidential candidate that can rely on their vice president, right? But Kamala's already proven she's not the type of person you can send out there as a very effective surrogate. You know what I mean? Kamala is really not that great on her feet. She's as bumbling as Biden is at times.
She's worse.
And so, yeah, I mean,
she's just a giggly schoolgirl.
Yeah, so it's tough. It's very it's a tough position to be in for the Biden team, regardless of whether or not they're right. Just the political optics of it, they're in a tough situation. Their best bet is going to be the surrogates like Obama and Newsom, the experienced politicians. But Newsom probably smells blood in the water after tonight.
Joe Biden's getting destroyed by CNN right now. Gavin Newsom, he tweeted, Trump lies. Trump said the southern border is the most dangerous place in the world. Fact check, it's not. That's all he said.
All right, so here we go. I'm just going to make this a little bit bigger so they can see it. Oh, that didn't work. Okay. So yeah, aggressive panic for Dems after Biden's performance tonight.
So what you do? Make yourself big, and then you grab it, and then you pull it over to you. You switch it out.
Fine. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's fine. I'll figure it out one day. I think if people haven't noticed by now that I'm bad at this technology stuff.
Okay, I got 4. Let me know. I got Fletcher Williams, our intrepid producers, sending memes right now. Let me know when you're ready for them.
Me? Go ahead, bring them in. Let's look at them. So we got about we'll go for another 15 minutes or so, and then we'll wrap this up. I think we said till 8:30 with everybody, but you have some memes to show us, Paulie?
Yeah,
show us some memes. I want to look at some memes. I haven't seen any. I haven't been on an X yet. Or Twitter.
Give me a moment. I'm trying to find out where I placed them.
All right. So Dem operative on CNN right now. It's hard to argue that Biden should be our nominee. This is such a hard headline right now for Biden coming out of that debate. Rodrigo, let's go, Brandon. Learn the YouTube. Let's go, Brandon. Yeah, I'm so horrible at some of this technology stuff, I have to admit. I'm what you call an exennial. Is that what you call them? The people that were born like right on the line between being Generation X and a millennial. And so, you know, we had technology like by the time I graduated high school, I think is when we got the internet. And even as an adult, I can't say that I've been the biggest. Like, I don't have a TikTok or anything like that.
Okay, we got the first one coming up here.
All right. Are these appropriate? Show us.
Yeah.
Show us,
oh yeah.
Show us some ageist memes, Paulie.
Okay, here we go.
All right. First meme coming in. All right. I guess I'll show it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Share it.
All right. So you sent it over to me.
It's Jover.
It's Jover. All right.
Jover.
So that's the first one. That's okay. I'm sure there's more out there. Send me some more. Let me know what else you got.
Bringing up another one.
All right. Here. That's a tough one. I'm sure that the...
Wait, you know what? Let me make sure the other ones are appropriate. But Fletcher's an appropriate guy. He's not really...
You were part of the good millennials. You knew what dial-up internet was like. Yeah. Well, I remember carrying around beepers when I was young, like that age. Remember those beepers, and then you would like spell things out with the numbers, or when you would call somebody on a payphone, and then rather than like pay for it, you would just rather than tell your name, you would just yell your whole message. It would say, "Please leave your name," and then you would just yell your whole message to your friend.
Yeah.
All right, so here's another meme we got.
Yes.
We are effed. Democrats despair over Biden debate performance. What publication is that from? Do you know?
Fletcher, what publication did you pull that from? Right now, it is after 8 p.m., so half our staff have gone.
Your staff?
Yeah.
Oh, look,
the Latino slant is. Oh yeah, we have a staff of highly trained cholas. They just, after 8 o'clock, they're gone out the office. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
I am a one-person staff. All right. Do you have any more? Memes you pulled?
They're pretty rough, man.
Well, if they're like not over the top inappropriate.
I mean, listen.
I mean,
this is your thing, bro.
Just show it.
All right.
I mean, it just looks not like. I mean, how bad could it be?
Hey, listen. I'll ring it up, and then Do
you remember? Do you remember? Some of you in the chat might remember. Do you remember what happened when I was debating at San Francisco University? Remember, I was supposed to debate, and the debate was shut down. Remember, because we had an incident. Surely it can't be worse than that incident.
That's right. Well, you got a new one that I just put up there. And,
right. Oh, I'm not showing that.
Oh, what?
That's horrible.
Really?
This is okay. This is.
Leave it. Is the odd? Does the audience think it's horrible?
This is the reference to
the handicap.
Yeah, they're talking about golf.
The golf, yeah.
The sticks and the yes. Yeah. So that was now if you remember in the debate, they were arguing about golf, and then Trump made a reference to Trump to Biden about the handicap. And so I don't know how many people caught that, but it was kind of a low blow to Biden because it meant two different things. And here we go, Rodrigo. He remembers he was at that debate. I was supposed to debate San Francisco University. I was supposed to debate somebody about the term Latinx, which I really hate.
Yeah.
And the debate got shut down about 5 minutes into it because some hackers got into the debate and there were some inappropriate photos that appeared. And it was so bad that after the debate got shut down, everybody at the college, they had to undergo counseling. And they contacted me and said that they were having to do counseling and all this stuff because they were all. I mean, to me, I just went on with my day, but evidently, it really was a big deal to a lot of people. Because there was some inappropriate photos that appeared.
Yeah, that's not cool.
Okay, so I hate golf. I loved that part in the golf that debate. By the way, I thought it was kind of funny because it showed their age.
Did you bring it up?
Bring what up? That
the
clip?
Meme. Are you not going to?
I already showed it.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm so busy getting other stuff from.
Yeah. We talked about it. Yeah.
Gotcha. All right. Sorry about that. Here's another one. Here you
go. Oh yeah, here we go. I visited San Francisco State in '92. Place was crazy even in those days. I feel like my bar for crazy is kind of like, I don't know, pretty high because I spent so many years growing up on the West Coast around crazy stuff that when people say things are crazy, I'm like, I don't know, is that crazy? I mean, I've been shot at a few times, I've been stabbed a few times. These are just like, I mean, meh.
Normal stuff.
I need sleep. Please let me sleep. I just really need sleep. Please be quiet. Yeah. All right. Well, that's from Charlie Kirk. That's he's super conservative guy. He followed me once, and but I never followed him back, and then he unfollowed me.
Oh, the wuss.
I didn't. It was nothing personal on my part. I just didn't know who he was because I'm not like I don't follow all these people.
You're not. Yeah, you're not on the X. Every day.
And so then I saw who he was, and he was just some big conservative guy. I guess, but he unfollowed me by the time I went to his thing. I was like, oh well, whatever.
Yeah,
and it wasn't just X. He had followed me on LinkedIn too.
Oh, he like really followed you.
He really followed me. I thought that maybe he was going to ask me to be on a show or something, because sometimes these people reach out to me.
Yeah.
But by then I was like, well, whatever. All right, here's another debate. Gavin Newsom watching Biden in the debate right now. Yeah, that's probably true.
It's a good one.
And he's looking a lot younger right there.
Yeah, that's an older photo.
Okay, so here we go. Outside of CNN, so MSN is saying bad night for Biden. All right, so you got MSN and CNN, and then most importantly myself saying that it was a bad night for Biden. So that's not good. All right, so let's look at another meme. I'm hearing high anxiety from Democrats over Biden's debate performance. This is a column.
This looks like a column.
Okay, let me let you in on a little something, because I wrote. Well, I still write, but I used to write, and my job was working for this political polling place. And I used to have to cover the debates and have the piece published by the time the debate ended.
Have it ready, right?
So I had to write it through the debate. So my guess is that writer, to have that piece already published, probably made up their mind relatively early on, around 6:30, that this was going to be a bad night for Biden, and ran with it to get that piece done.
It was a good hunch.
Yeah. I don't miss those days, though. That's not fun writing. I used to hate that. Great experience when I was in DC doing that, but tough.
I got one more for you.
Let's take a look.
Yeah, this is a good one.
All right. Loser. Why is the loser under Trump, though?
Because that's what Biden called him, remember?
Oh,
loser, sucker.
Okay. But what's going to be interesting and kind of, my guess, a little bit cringe, is you're probably going to get some people from the Biden team who are going to come out online and try and spin their own memes to even out the message. But it's going to be sort of like gaslighting, because I think at this point the consensus is that probably Biden lost. So it'll be interesting to see how they respond, because at these days and age, most political campaigns have a team whose only job is social media. Right? So their job is social media, controlling the message on social media. It'll be interesting to see how that how that bears out. So,
I mean, I guess it sounds like their house is burning down, as far as Biden doing horribly.
Darth Plato, Axelrod, he did get stronger as the debate went on, but by that time, I think the panic had set in. Axelrod also said, "I don't know that it will lead to anything."
That's Axelrod.
Yeah, Axelrod, and he might be right. It's a tough discussion to have. How do you ask an incumbent president to step down? And would Biden do it? Y'all don't think that, you don't think that Trump's team is doing that? Well, of course Trump's team is doing that. I mean, every candidate has a team whose sole job is to push propaganda online. But why this benefits Trump is because his team probably doesn't have to do much after tonight. I think Biden did this to himself tonight. It'll be interesting to see again how it plays out. Now, I wouldn't put it past Trump sticking his own foot in his mouth. It's possible that Trump could do something tomorrow, the next day, or the next day, and then completely turn this whole discussion back on him again. But if he's smart and his team is smart, they'll keep him out of the way.
We got the poll results.
Which poll?
Oh, wait a minute. That's my bad. Hold on. I'll just read it to you. Who could replace Biden? It's a three-way tie. 26%, Wes Moore, Gavin Newsom, and Oprah.
Okay, 21%. Well, Wes Moore has the name recognition problem, so that's never going to work. That's me tearing down that first result. What were the other ones?
Three-way tie, Wes Moore, Newsom, and Oprah. Then dead last, Kamala. Wait, she's really not.
How many people voted in this poll, viewers?
What many votes do we have in this one?
3 people.
23.
All right, 23 people.
Yeah,
sounds scientific.
Hey.
Yeah.
We're on YouTube. There's a real people. What do you want from me?
So Newsom. It'll be Newsom. I think Kamala, Newsom, if there's anybody.
How does that work out, man? So it's Newsom, Kamala.
Newsom and I can't imagine that they would just bring in a whole new vice president unless Kamala wanted to step down.
Unless she goes with Biden, you know, they kind of like piece them out and they kind of.
I think that a Newsom Oprah ticket or a Newsom Michelle Obama ticket might be enough to win. I don't think Newsom could win with Kamala, but I think Newsom could win with another person who has a really well-known name and is not necessarily a super partisan person. But we'll see. Sometimes going the celebrity route can backfire too. So
wait a minute, did we get the announcement on who Trump's VP is?
No, I don't think so. Not yet. I haven't seen anything. I've heard that he made up his mind.
Right.
I think it'll be Tim Scott, or I think it'll be the guy in the South. Forgot his name. He's in the South, and I think that will help Trump with the South. But I don't know if it necessarily be the best pick that you can choose. But I see the thing is with Trump is his ego. His ego makes decisions like his gut does. So sometimes his decisions are not just his gut; it's his ego and his gut hammering it out. And he doesn't want a vice presidential candidate that's going to outshine him. And so I think it'll come down to what candidate is not going to outshine him before it's what candidate can best help me in the election. Whereas traditionally, most candidates are going to say, what candidate best helps me in the election? Right. So like Democrats, so that's why they always pick, people like Kamala, who they think, okay, well, we need a woman on a ticket, that type of thing. So they can try to appeal to different demos. And I don't think Trump thinks in those terms. I think Trump's thinking, who's not going to get in the way? I think that's what Trump thinks. But who knows?
Yeah, I heard he said he was going to announce, maybe he'll still do it. Trump was going to announce his VP tonight.
I think that'd be a bad decision.
Yeah, maybe he got. I gotta say, man, their campaign. Since the conviction, man.
Here's what Trump should do. Here's the smart decision. Ride this sucker out as long as it goes, right? Let Biden get hammered and hammered and hammered and hammered.
Mm-hmm.
Wait until the message or whatever the debate is spun back onto Trump, and then announce your presidential candidate. That way you take the news off you. So pick your vice presidential candidate then. So this is like very Machiavelli, right? It's like Machiavelli 101. When you have bad news, get it all at once. When you have good news, stretch it out as long as possible.
I got to tell you, man, now that I think about it, and also too, if he keeps hitting the swing states. Hi, sweetheart. Hey, what's up, baby? Oh yeah, we're still live. Yeah. Oh yeah, that suit's nice. Romy, my other half is checking in. She looks fabulous. She looks beautiful.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, there you go. Huh? Yeah, come and say hi. Say hi to Brandon. Say hi to over 300 people. We just watched the debates.
Oh, she's real. It's not AI.
No, it's not AI. You silly. That's Brandon, babe, from the. Yeah. So,
yeah, we're just here talking politics.
Brandon.
Let me see if I'll put you on. Everybody, this is Romy.
Oh, the camera's over there.
Yeah. Can you hear Brandon? Say something.
Can you hear me?
Trying to move the external.
Dogs are going nuts.
Yeah, we just watched the debates and we were just. Okay, now say something, Brandon.
Just watching CNN right now. Still talk about Biden's performance tonight. Machiavelli. I brought up Machiavelli a little bit earlier. Machiavelli is way more evil. That is standard PR, Mister. No, yeah. I mean, I'm not sure I understand that comment, but I'll say this: Machiavelli. I mean, all politics is Machiavelli in this day and age. I mean, if you're involved in politics, The Prince is one of the first books you read. I read The Prince back when I was young, like
now that I think about
10 years old.
I don't know who reads more, you or Romy.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, do you like to read? Big reader?
I am, yeah.
Yeah. No, I remember reading The Prince when I was just a young kid. But yeah, in politics, Machiavelli reigns supreme. And I can talk about Machiavelli for a while. Some people even theorize that he was actually a failed politician who was trying to get back at the people in power. So he gave all this really horrible advice, but that horrible advice was actually right. It was correct from like a maniacal leadership standpoint. So you saw politicians over the years adopt that advice. And one of those things is appointing your political rivals to your cabinet, like you saw Obama do with Hillary, and you saw Biden do with Kamala, those types of things. So you see a lot of things that we take for granted in American politics right now are really, it's all Machiavelli 101.
So Romy had asked you what's the consensus?
What's the takeaway?
What's the takeaway?
I think the consensus that we're getting is that Biden lost. Yeah. And so I'm seeing, on MSN, CNN, multiple places right now, all talking about Biden, that Biden had a tough debate. And it certainly doesn't help. There's already an ongoing debate about whether or not he had the capacity and the cognitive abilities and awareness to stay, be president for another 4 years. I'm not sure that he solved those concerns with this debate.
Sorry, I have to duck out. There's 2 dogs going nuts.
Yeah.
But great. I look forward to seeing the highlights.
She's like, let me get out of here before I have to listen to politics.
Yeah.
Thanks for stopping by.
Nice to see you guys. Bye, guys. Bye, baby.
Bye, sweetheart.
Okay, kids.
Well, we'll see you in a minute.
Machiavelli politics have no relation to morals. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, they don't. Yeah, but no politics has relation to morals at this point.
Well, that's really sad for us, right?
Yeah, it is sad. Maybe I'm a little bit hardened from my time in DC. I think when I was in DC, I got a real wake up call about how politics really works. And, it's a brutal game. And I saw a lot of really shifty stuff going on over there. And I think I told, everybody who doesn't know, I came back to the West Coast for that reason. And I felt very detached from how the types of people I'd grown up around. And it was part of the reason why I started my own media company. I didn't want, I love aspects of DC, but the politics they care about themselves. You get out there, they care about themselves. They don't care about the people. So it's tough to be around if you have a conscience. A few more quotes or thoughts here. So we have Rodrigo. It was definitely more of a Biden loss than a Trump win, but at this point, Trump and Republicans should take it. Yeah. It's hard to let everybody go with such a great audience, 400 people. It's been a pleasure talking with everybody tonight, but I know that we've been on here for 3 hours. Do you have any closing thoughts, Paulie?
Well, before I get to that, I just want to remind each and every one of you that's in the chat with us on all the platforms. We'll put the link up again. Thank you. Right on time, Fletcher, right there. Subscribe to the Daily Cella. These guys are doing some really cool things in regards to your weekly podcasts and also 2 fun top 10 lists, top 30 sometimes. And they just put a new one out. What's the latest video?
I don't know. We've done a few different lists, but yeah, check it out. Daily Cella.
Yep.
Did you make up that quote, defund the thought police?
I did, yes.
That's pretty good. I like that.
Yeah.
I see it, the link right in here. Defund the thought police. That's a good saying. And
this shirt is now a couple of years old. It's a great quality t-shirt. It's very inexpensive for you guys. If you want to grab one, there's a link.
I see a quote right here. I'm just glad this stream is not talking about I don't even know how to pronounce that. That's the new Star Wars thing, right?
The Acolyte.
What is it? The Acolyte. Okay.
The Acolyte. Yeah.
I don't understand Star Wars. I've tried so hard to watch the real Star Wars a million times, and I can never get through it. Mm-hmm. So to the Star Wars fans in here, I still don't even get the order of the series. Does it go backwards? I feel like every time I start one, I have no clue where I'm at, what's going on. I like the one
around. The timeline jumps around.
Okay.
So the Acolyte is okay. You remember Darth Vader?
I know who Darth Vader is.
Okay, remember he was a boy. He was a little boy named Anakin.
I've seen Spaceballs. I'm just reading the comments.
So the Acolyte is like 60 years before little Anakin.
Oh, I don't know who Anakin is, but
Anakin is Darth Vader as a kid.
Oh, really? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
The Phantom Menace.
Yeah.
Anyways, you're the one who read Darth Plato's a Star Wars comment. But yeah.
Yeah. No. So Star Wars, Star Trek. So I just can't get into
Sci-fi.
Sci-fi.
Really?
I can't. I've never been a
How
sci-fi.
about
I
reading
like.
science fiction like Dune, like great
I've
science fiction novels?
haven't seen it. Yeah.
The novel?
No. I
Really?
like
I think you'd like that.
I like dramas and I like
Mhm.
comedies and I like documentaries, and I hate action and I don't like sci-fi.
Wow.
So
Strange bird.
and even with like fiction books, I mean, I like Hemingway, so I'll read Hemingway, but I'm not really big into sci-fi books and stuff like that, but just not my thing.
You know what? I respect that, man. You know, you got your books, you got your Hemingway, you got your Eldridge Cleaver.
Yeah.
You know?
I like all that stuff. Here's another one. So I was kind of on the fence for the first time ever, and Biden liked As Bad as I Fear, and Trump actually lost me when I was leaning his way. You cannot just admit that he was wrong ever.
Huh.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, what else do you have to say, Paulie? I have a feeling that you probably want to hop off pretty quick, right?
No, I got a couple minutes. I'm good. I mean, we're either wrapping up or not. I mean,
yeah. I mean, we can talk a little bit longer. I mean, we still got 400 people on here with us.
Right. People love to interact, and right now you have a captivated crowd.
Yeah, I mean, I'll talk politics all night. Feel free to throw out a few comments. People who want, bring up politics. I see Kamala right now on the air. She has been officially dispatched. And so,
wow, you're in trouble when you're sending out Kamala Harris.
Yeah, typically yeah, okay. So yeah, that's not good. So typically you would not have your vice president already this quickly. So VP Harris is saying it was a slow start but strong finish for Biden. Not a great quote.
That's not a great quote. This is sounding more and more like a bad movie, like a satire movie. They're gonna replace Biden. I mean,
okay. Let's see here. How dare you not like action and science fiction, Brandon? I just can't. So much of my earlier life had so much action in real life. Like, I just am not impressed with the action movies. I mean, my whole teens and 20s was getting in police chases and shootouts and all this crazy stuff. And when I calmed down in my 20s, right? Some of you already know my background, but for those of you who don't, I was kind of a wild guy growing up. Now I just, I like a good Ernest Hemingway book, Old Man in the Sea, something like that, politics. I just can't get into action movies. I feel like people watch action movies to escape and live vicariously, right? For me, I'm not seeing anything that's really that interesting. So I'm picky. I feel like I have limited time in this life anyways. Okay. Whatever, man. Brandon needs to give Gundam a try. Gundam. Start with Gundam the Origin, then the first Gundam anime. No, I'm not watching anime.
Vinny, he's not gonna watch anime if he's not into action.
Gundam. Oh, but you know what? That reminds me of. I just watched this series that I really liked, and I've only watched like 3 series my whole life. Right? I watched Breaking Bad, and I watched The Office.
What about Sopranos?
And I've watched a lot of No, never seen Sopranos. Watched The Simpsons.
I can't with you.
I watched this new one called. Oh, it's not new. It was in the 90s, but I found the whole series on YouTube. It's called The Lone Gunman. Are there any nerds? Are there any nerds out there that know that series? Yeah. Okay, so it's about 3 nerds and this girl would go around solving mysteries, and it was a spin-off of the X-Files. Yeah. It got canceled after 1 season. I really liked it. I was
and they went back to the X-Files.
Yeah, something like that.
Absolutely, man.
That's my kind of show because it was so.
Well, the X-Files is one of my all-time favorite shows. Period.
I liked the first 3 seasons.
And it was Frohickey. Yeah, I mean, you could arguably say the first 4 were just perfect television, man.
Well, my problem with X-Files is they never did a Bigfoot episode. I was super happy when they did the Loch Ness Monster episode, but then they never did a Bigfoot episode, so they lost me. It's got to be Bigfoot or Loch Ness Monster or aliens at some point. Okay, here's somebody who knows, and we'll get back to politics in a minute. Lone Gunman, X-Files, all that was peak 90s, early 2000s.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I'm kind of like, I feel like sometimes I'm reliving the childhood I never had. So I'm just going back and discovering these shows from the 90s and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you guys are gonna get me going now. Okay.
But you go before you go before you know. This is
I'm
what I'm
sorry.
talking about with engagement. People want to talk. People are all over the world hanging out with us right now. Yeah, we did the debates, but they like you. They want to talk to you. That's what's going on here, Mr. Brandon.
Well, I don't like engagement. I just like giving opinions. And somebody got me on
But
books.
you're the one who wants to stay on more. Hey, do you have to go, Paulie?
Well, I like talking about literature. So, all right. So this
All right.
Terry says A&W is goated. What Hunter Thompson book is Brandon reading? Oh, I love that question. Let me look. Right now, I am reading The Proud Highway. So whoever asked that, thank you. This is one of my favorite Hunter S. Thompson books, by the way. Let me tell you why it's one of my favorite books. Everybody always talks about, they always talk about the Rum Diary and Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, but that's like very surface Hunter S. Thompson. Like Hunter S. Thompson as a writer, you should read something like A Proud Highway because it's all his collection of writings before he wrote those books. So you see when he was really just doing a small journalist, bouncing around on islands. You see some of his letters when he was in jail, all these different things. You see he was actually a really good writer and had the same style of writing even before Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
Nice.
To dispel those myths. So even before he was really like this drug addict drunk, he still had the same really sparse style, kind of like Hemingway. Like I have all of Hemingway's early writings from when he was really young, like 9, 10 years old. There's like a 4 collection anthology that's out with all his early writings. He was the same way. Even as a little kid, Hemingway was very sparse as a writer. And almost all of modern journalism today can be traced back to Hemingway's style of writing because, you had people like William Faulkner that were, really long sentences, right? They were like run-ons. And in fact, I'll leave you one more thing. Now you got me started writing. There was one time where they went to William Faulkner and they said, "What do you think of Ernest Hemingway as a writer?" And he said, "Well, he's never been known to send any of his readers to a dictionary." And he kind of laughed. Everybody kind of laughed.
That's funny.
And then they went back to Hemingway and he said, "This is what William Faulkner said about your readers." And he laughed and he said, "Well, silly Faulkner thinks big emotions come from big words." And that was like the perfect response. And it was so typical of Hemingway. And even hearing that changed me as a writer, right? Ernest Hemingway and George Orwell. George Orwell has a great essay about the politics of the English language, I think it's called, where he talks about the simplicity of writing. So anyways, I go off about writing forever before I go off. Hey, Brandon, look, we have 600 viewers. That's great. Also, Brandon, I don't want to engage with anyone.
Yeah,
that sounds about right. That
sounds about right.
I don't know what your point is that you're making because that's true.
He's trudging through it. He says he's never going to be comfortable, but he's trudging.
I just started my podcast. And I am not comfortable as a podcaster.
Yeah.
I tell Paulie, ask Paulie. Paulie's my kind of wing guy here who helps me put together my podcast live show since I started podcasting. And he gives me advice. And I'm always telling him on how I actually don't like podcasting. I hate the sound of my own voice. And I don't like engaging. But I can't help myself. I got to talk about politics. So
it's good stuff. And, getting in circling back to, being Latinos, there's such a thirst for that, so your voice is much needed, my friend. Because I know I don't like talking about politics.
That's very nice of you. And maybe we have that kind of middle ground there because you like to talk about pop culture type stuff, right? Yeah. Comics and movies and things like that. So I like talking about culture stuff and movies, but not. I don't think we watch the same kind of movies.
There's little overlap, but also too, it's like just critiquing. Well, on the Latino slant, we have the writers that write the movie reviews. Rosa Para, Alfredo Galindo from Mexico, like they're rocking movie reviews out. So, and then on the YouTube, I'll get to critique some things that I have problems with in regards to how Hollywood portrays Latinos, hires Latinos. Maybe there's a Latinx gatekeeper that I just don't jive with. I'm going to talk about it, but I try to have a round argument about it.
Brandon, you're not doing a bad job of podcasting here. Oh,
Yeah,
thank you, Equalizer. Very nice words. I'm not sure. I struggle with these types of shows, even though this is my first one I've done. I don't understand the lack of structure. The just talking is odd to me.
That really got me at first. Yes.
Yeah, but I guess if people really want, you just want to talk and like really people want to watch that. I mean, I'll talk, but it's crazy to me because I don't want to watch people just talk.
Well, what did I tell you though about that? That this audience loves and that they'll smell is authenticity. You got to keep it real because they'll smell someone who's just bullshitting. And you're doing a great job, man. I mean, I think that's we can kind of critique some of the Latin pop publications out there that are kind of just faking the funk.
Oh, right. Kinds of kindness versus rising. I think I clicked the wrong one. Sorry, I meant to bring up this one. Orwell's essay on writing is great, but Stunk and White are the definitive text on economy of writing. Plus, Scott Fitzgerald taught Hemingway how to drink from the bottle. That's actually true. Yeah, that's kind of true. Fitzgerald's wife, though, what was her name? She was quite a drinker herself, though.
Yeah,
and she was actually
she died soon thereafter.
Yeah, and she was tough on Fitzgerald. Like she wore the pants in that relationship.
They were horrible people, and they had kids. I mean,
that's a very declarative statement, Paulie. They were horrible.
I mean, they're great.
He wrote The Great Gatsby. It's
great writers.
One of the best books in the history of literature.
Just, for some reason, I read up about their lives. It was horribly tragic. And then I think how she treated her son, her daughter, something was just very, very sad. And then she passed away, I believe, in the 30s. What was her name?
Yeah, I remember. You had Gertrude Stein, and you had Fitzgerald, you had Hemingway, you had Picasso, you had a whole group of people, famous, huge writers and kind of artisans that were all together. And I'm trying to remember what
they all hung out in Gay Paris and Salvador Dali.
Yeah, and that was there's a really good book about that time by Hemingway too, and I forget what it's called off the top of my mind, but it's I think it's called A Movable Feast, and it's by Hemingway, and he he actually disses Fitzgerald in that book, but it's a really good book. Okay, so if anybody else has any other thoughts, let's feel free to chime in.
No, I'm gonna get.
Oh yeah, you want to go?
No. I'm gonna get Fitzgerald's Zelda.
Oh, Zelda. Yeah, correct. Yeah.
There's a stupid TV show about her. That's right. Yeah.
There you go. I guess for you people watching who are readers, then I think on my desk right now I've got Ernest Hemingway. I've got two Ernest Hemingways. I've also got his short stories collection. I've got Men versus the Man. This is by Mencken. He was a very big free speech guy, but he was a fascinating guy. Good book, by the way. Eldridge Cleaver, George Orwell, collection of essays, and On the Road by Jack Kerouac. For those of you who are readers, you should know most of those names. That's kind of what I'm drudging through. Also, I'm rereading right now a book called 1491, which is really good. Have you ever heard of that book, Paulie?
No.
Oh yeah, it's really good. Basically, the premise of the book is like before Columbus got here, we had like these really advanced civilizations, even today scientists don't want to admit that existed in the Americas. And he goes over all this evidence in South America and North America, both about all these advanced civilizations that existed. And so the premise of the book is that we're more advanced than we sometimes give these civilizations credit for. It's a good book.
I'm looking at it right now. It came out in 2005. All right,
what?
I'll buy it. It's only $9.
1491?
Yep.
Yeah, it's a really well-written book. Yeah, he's good. Usually writers from that genre aren't that great. Like, because he's not really a writer per se. He's, I think, an archaeologist or something like that. And most of the science people, they're not very good. They're like academics. So they're actually bad writing. Like most academics are really bad writers. And so he's unusually good as a writer. So he's very captivating as a writer. It's an easy read.
Okay, and I'm placing my order.
Wow, I should have linked it and made some money off of you. My favorite Hemingway book is Snows of Kilimanjaro. Yeah, my father introduced me to his books. Yeah, that's a classic.
Oh, Julissa. You know, look at all of us brown folk reading dead white people books. What's wrong with us?
Who cares? Who cares about race? I don't think about race when I'm reading. I mean, I like brown, black, white. I mean, Soul on Ice, Eldridge Cleaver. I have that in my book right now. He was fascinating guy. He was. I talked about this in my podcast recently. Actually, I mean, he was an avowed communist. He was a leader of the Black Panther Party. He was on the run for a long time. He was on the run from the federal government, and he went all over the world, lived in different countries, and eventually came and turned himself back in because he couldn't stand the communist countries he was living in.
He was living in.
So he went back to prison out here. He came out of prison and left the Black Panther Party and left communism because of his experiences of living in a communist country. However, his book, Soul on Ice, he was a very hardcore activist. And it was a shocking book when it came out because, at that time, there just wasn't books that were published out of prison that were as frank as his book was. And it was a collection of essays. And so it was shocking and, made the rounds. Now looking at it, it's not as shocking compared to some stuff that you see today, but he was a pivotal activist in the 70s, and it's a good book. He was a great writer. He's a very effective communicator. He's a great speaker, but he struggled with drug addiction as he went through a lot of his life. Eventually died, but worth reading.
Yeah, listen, guys, and just so you guys know, a lot of my people know, I was joking.
Are people upset at you about something?
We should read. No, just as far as that comment I made in regards to reading dead white people. Absolutely, read it all, and then whoever speaks to you.
See, I don't really read dead white people's books, nor interested. That I disagree with you with Rodrigo, because who cares? If it's a good book, it's a good book. Like, to me, I'll read anything. You know what I mean? Like, if it's a good book, it's a good book. And to me personally, right, this is just my motto. I think that I can learn something from everybody. So I don't care if you're black, white, brown. It doesn't make a difference to me what age you were. I don't care if it's 1,000 years old or if it's modern. Always running, Luis Rodriguez. I think you can learn something from everybody, and you can be influenced by everybody. And when you have all those influences around you, you're at a greater advantage than other people who live in a bubble.
So we got Hyphus. A Year with Hyphus. Wonderful. We got Diaz and Rodriguez.
All right. Yeah, Rodriguez. I just talked to him the other day. I know Luis.
Yeah, point is that there's nothing new under the sun. A song is a song is a song. And everyone has a story to tell. So now the other coin is that, we don't hear from our brown stories or black stories. That's a different argument.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's saying there shouldn't be, there can't be more representation, or that there aren't some great authors out there from different races. There are, and I think the publishing industry is a mess. Even like you look at literature magazines, like poetry magazines, are so outdated. You got to send in your poem still by letters. Like, they don't even take emails. You still got to send it in via envelope, and then wait to hear your rejection 7-8 months down the road. So they're very outdated. They're still living in the past. There's Paulie's book that he came out with, like not
my
too long
novella.
ago.
Yeah. And all the characters happen to be black or Mexican. I mean, so what? But it's part of 12 that I'm writing, 12 short stories within this one kind of family of heroes and stuff like that. No, I'm very happy with it. We're still mailing out to people. So yeah,
not bad. 12 books. It's a pretty good run.
We sold with our campaign over 110 of these. In fact, I still owe a couple people in the chat. I believe Kenneth Castillo bought one. So yeah, just getting it out. There's our little poster. That's another thing that's great about what we're doing here on YouTube and building, this kind of this new way of connecting with an audience, is that you can actually create something and get it right to them, and they're used to that. We're not, it's kind of like what you did with your film. You didn't wait for Hollywood. You went out and you literally put it in theaters by yourself.
Yeah. And so for those of you who don't know, so I directed a movie, restored the footage, redirected the movie, and then I got it into theaters on my own without a distributor. We sold out about 30 cities, and then I was able to get a distribution deal with a major distributor from that, all without an agent or a studio behind me. And so it's possible you can do it. I'm going to go over to the other side of my desk now and see what some of these other books I have over here. So I think I already went to the first side. I've got Malcolm X Speaks, A Rebel Without a Crew.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Robert Rodriguez.
Nice. Yeah, I think we talked about that not too long ago. And then, so that's a good book if you're a film person. And then I've got The Coddling of the American Mind, which I just finished up. And that's a good book. So,
it's funny because one of our members, I think he just renewed, is his novel called See Through Love that I'm pretty much done. And I'm going to do a review because this is an independent written book that he self-published, kind of like what I did with my novella called See Through Love, and it's a good story. I'm digging it. Now he's going to be writing more. His name is Rod Thunderheart, and he's in Canada. So
what are you promoting Canadian stuff on my channel for?
Oh man,
I don't allow that.
Oh man. Well, I'm on the slant side, so there you go.
I'm surprised now because now we're over 400, and I keep expecting the number to go down.
Yeah.
But it's been great talking with everybody, and I'll probably wind it down in about 10 minutes, and I think go eat McDonald's. And but to recap the debate,
you know what? I don't think you can. Yeah, you see the green.
Yeah.
Super chat. You can you hit that? Click on it.
Yeah.
Okay, Rod Thunderheart for $5 Canadian. Brandon says, "Why are we allowing 2 senior citizens to be the leaders of the free world?"
Wait, if you're in Canada though,
you're still tripping out how this happened, right?
They're not your candidates, right?
But the leaders of the free world. Everyone looks to America. Come on now.
What is the exchange rate?
$5, Rod.
What's the exchange rate there on Canadian? What's Canadian $5 in American dollars?
Listen, you know what? Before you go down there, Rod recently lost his job a few months ago. I don't know how long it was. I think he's bouncing back. So every dollar counts, bro. Come on.
I was just curious.
That's my boy. That's my boy.
I'm not saying anything bad about
Canada. They'll be making fun of his $5 from Canada.
Funny story. Well, I don't know if I should go. I got
okay. We got the conversion there.
Okay.
There we go.
All right. Well, back to the debate. So okay.
But he did ask a question.
Yeah. What was the question? I don't remember.
What was a statement? Was it like why? Why are we allowing 2 senior citizens? Does that go back to age? Because the age, they brought it up they brought up the age. Why would CNN bring up age? Dude,
well, because it's on everybody's mind. How dare you not letting Polly promote Canadian stuff, Brandon? He can promote Canadian stuff, but I want to cut. That's why I'm asking what the exchange rate is with Canadian dollars. Everybody's got to pay the piper. Like,
wait a minute.
10%.
Listen.
If you're going to promote Canadian stuff on my channel, you got to cut. You got to give me a cut.
Here's how it's going to work out. As soon as you're monetized, then you can keep all your super chats. I got monetized. I keep my super chats. Because listen, YouTube takes away like 35%, bro.
Yeah.
So that $5 is like, but it means a lot to me, Rod. So thank you so much, brother.
Thank you, Rod from Canada. All right, let's see here. What does Brandon think we need to have happen for the North American Union to come about? I don't know what you mean by that.
Yeah, what do you mean?
For the North American Union to come about in what way? I don't know. Yeah, maybe you mean to come together, maybe. I'm not sure. But yeah, so CNN, going back to the debate, still saying that Democrat strategists are very concerned tonight after Biden's performance. If you watch the debate, you'll remember that Biden started out pretty good. They both were pretty strong early on, and then things began to go a little bit off the rails. They were both rude to each other. I guess that was expected, but Biden seemed at times a little bit aloof and seemed to almost play into the stereotype that's been floating around about him. You know, there's been a few controversies about Biden over the past few weeks, saying that he's aloof, he's kind of out of it, he's detached, and there were multiple times in the debate when he seemed to spin to his left, not looking anywhere at where the moderators and where Trump was, and seemed a little bit confused or out of it. And so I think that seems to have hurt him with Democrat strategists. Trump lost his cool a few times, but overall, probably at this point, just needs to stay out of the way and let Biden try to do some damage control. So
I think the camera angles were terrible for Biden. They did not help him.
Yeah, they didn't do him any help. And you know, I think he was at best when they had both of them in the same shot, because then he didn't look as out of it.
I mean, yeah.
This takes a toll on Paulie. He's got to stretch.
Oh, I just cracked my back. He you know, his age is just really showing. And then when you're in that one spot, like those camera angles for a long time.
Well, what's the age difference between them? I mean, he's not that much older than Trump, is he?
They're both old.
He's like, what, 5 years older than Trump?
No, I think he was saying 3 years, right? I just think he's definitely had a decline the last couple of years, where it doesn't seem as much as Trump has. I could be wrong. I mean, you know.
Okay. Here's Justin. It feels like the dark money control group behind the scenes just decided Trump would win. Either way, they still control things. U.S. government hides advanced reverse engineered tech and so much more. Okay. I don't really know. He kind of went on a few different things on that. Yeah. I'll say this. I've never been sold on this idea that big money dictates outcomes in elections. I mean, if money really controlled who got elected, then Forbes would have been president when he ran. Right. Forbes was a billionaire. He had more money than anybody else other than Trump. And he didn't even, I think he won just a handful of delegates when he ran. He didn't do very well in New York. And so Forbes ran in what, 2008 or 2012? And he dumped so much money. It didn't make a lick of difference. You look at Texas with Beto O'Rourke. And they dumped $50 million into that. I hear everybody whining about this race that just happened in the Bronx and Bowman getting kicked out. Okay, you know,
Ocasio-Cortez or something.
I think 20 million. You know, but that's nothing compared to. I mean, it was 200 million went into that race in Texas, and it didn't help Beto at all. And so she's complaining about 20 million. I mean, it sounds like a lot of money, but it's really not.
Beto guy was always a terrible candidate.
He lost me the moment he showed up on a skateboard, because I think that, you know, when candidates do things like that, it just seems so cheesy. You know, it's just pandering. I don't think anybody believes he's still out there on a skateboard. How stupid do they think we are? So it was a bad decision.
No. I mean, he's a 2-3-time loser. I mean, and then you keep backing him. So I'm more curious about Newsom now. That's interesting.
Newsom is not going to win.
No, but if he makes it competitive, it's still good for his political future.
Yeah, I think it'd be great to see him win. I would rather see it just because you have more substantive conversation. You know, I do think Newsom would be more substantive, more smooth,
quicker,
a little bit quicker. But I still think people would be turned off by how sly he is. Kennedy 24 all the way. So I see a lot of people talking about Kennedy. I'm gonna have to go back later tonight when I get to the house and watch the Kennedy event. I thought it was a poor decision for him to have it during this debate because you're never gonna pull all the people away from a Biden-Trump debate. But in either case, he has a fair amount of support. I just see a few comments in here about age, mainly the age differences between the two and how different they look. Trump does look like he's aged a bit. It could be the stress from some of the courts and stuff like that, but he certainly, which traditionally is the case for Trump, he was full of energy. You know, he brought the energy. He always does. And Biden, you know, that makes a big difference. Biden just looked tired. It's kind of like watching two basketball teams, and you've got one that has fresh legs and one that looks like they're playing a back-to-back. I don't know how many sports people we have in there.
But will he bow out?
No, and I don't think he will, because I think that he's going to view it as his duty to prevent Trump from winning, because I think he does believe that democracy is at stake. So I think he thinks it's me or nobody. I can't imagine they switch horses in June.
That's crazy, man. I got a PayPal super chat for $25.
Yeah. Well, that's nice. Good.
Yeah.
I need to learn how to do that.
Well, you know, I keep trying to help you out, but you know, you shun me, dude. You don't take me seriously.
What do you mean? I listen to what you have to say. I never promised anything more than that.
No, it's good. We got a good thing. You know, I know it's hard. It's a trip, this YouTube thing. But one thing you can do, we can set up, and it's not hard, is that we can set up. That's if you want to start monetizing, you know, receiving a couple bucks now, and then you know, what's cool about a super chat, you know, they leave a message and you can talk about it, you know, kind of how like what Rodrigo's doing here, but not paying you.
Yeah, I'm probably fine.
So Terry, send money to help your cause for $25 via PayPal. Then PayPal, you get a considerable more of the pie.
Yeah, Venmo me money.
So thank you, Terry, and Terry's a member of my channel, and I really appreciate that, because you know, every single dollar goes a long way over here, even Canadian dollar.
Even
so we'll set that
currency. Paulie accepts it all, even if it's from Narnia. He'll take it. Send him every.
Man, why doesn't what do you have against Canadians,
bro? I don't. No, I don't.
Jacked up, man.
I think look. There's been some great comedy that has come out of Canada. Tom Green came out of Canada. The guy that played the Mask, what's his name? Jim Carrey.
Yeah,
he's a funny guy. He's Canadian.
Bill Murray.
Bill Murray's not Canadian, is he?
Isn't Bill Murray from
way?
Oh, is he Chicago
he's
boy?
Much of a jerk to be Canadian. He's definitely from the United States. Okay. Now what's the other guy that he was kind of the same genre? John Candy. He's Canadian, I bet.
John Candy.
So I like Canada. You know, they got some
good funny dudes. Yeah, so what does Rodrigo have to say about Beto?
Funny thing is, Beto actually still skates. He was in a punk band and still listens to rock and does bring a skateboard along. I saw it myself at a policy debate he had in Austin. Skates with his kids. Oh, I don't know. I'd have to see it for myself. I don't believe it. Well, maybe he skates. I don't believe he knows that much about punk.
Let's just say he does.
I bet I know more about punk rock than he does. I bet you anything I do.
Damn.
In fact, let me think. Last punk show I went to was Misfits. Saw the Misfits with Danzig, by the way. One of their reunion shows.
We are going to see a show tomorrow night. I got tickets for it.
Who?
Los Silverbacks. They're kind of like cumbia meets, you know, meets kind of like Tex-Mex border style. Like it's really cool music, man. And they're playing at the Mint, which is very close to our house. So we're excited, man. Los Silverbacks.
Brian says there's great comedy from Canada. Names Tom Green first. I thought Tom Green was funny. Remember the Tom Green show? That was funny. Was that you think it's funny?
You know, Tom Green is like, you know, it's not for everyone.
You know, Tom Green was kind of the internet before the internet. You know, now everybody sticks cameras in people's faces.
That's
and does
true.
Stupid stuff,
true.
You know?
He was a man ahead of his time.
He was. Yeah. Now he kind of lives a peaceful existence. All right, here we got our first poll coming in. Who won the debate? Ooh, 67% say Trump, 33% say Biden. That's CNN.
Flash poll.
Wow, that is a very lopsided number.
Whoa.
That's really bad. I'm very surprised by that. 67%. Wow. I'm excited to just go home and read all the opinions tonight. I'm gonna be up to like 4 a.m.
I'm not. I'm gonna eat soup and then I'm gonna sleep.
See, you're see, I'm a late night guy, so that's why my podcast doesn't even start till 9 p.m. when I do them on Tuesdays.
Get up real early and I'm reading. I'm up very early. And the first thing I do is all my sober work. Right, I read from the book. If there's any step work I have to do, if there's anyone to talk to, pray, all that, just so I can get my mind right. And then I start, reading any news or any books that are near me.
Well, I admire that. You know, I mean, that's I have a lot of respect for you. You know, that's my morning is.
I appreciate you, man.
You know, I wake up, I put a gun in my mouth, and I say I can't do it anymore. And I pull it out and I go, I guess I can go one more day.
Kidding. Wow.
I'm just
kidding.
Is
that like a Tom Green joke?
No, I'm just talking. Okay.
Why is Rosa Pana talking smack about me in the chat?
Is she? I don't see.
That's pretty rough, man.
Where?
Pretty rough. She's just hating on me because I put Oprah in the poll.
Oh. Okay, so I have a couple comments here. Let's see here.
Thanks again, Terry, for the money. Muchísimas gracias.
Okay. The CNN proves that hacking does occur. So that obviously doesn't agree with the polls. Okay, so let's look at here. So we have.
There's going to be so many polls the next couple of days.
Okay, dude. So last year, or the last time they debated, it was 53% for Biden. Now it's 33%. So they're just looking at what has fallen.
From 4 years ago?
What's 4 years? 4 years ago.
That's what's happened.
You know, in reverse, it actually might be now where Biden actually, if I'm thinking from a political, from a political strategist standpoint, it might be Trump that doesn't want to do the next debate. And maybe Biden is the one that wants to do it.
Well, okay, so
because now Biden wants to show people that he is competent, and I think Trump is like, "Whoa, I'm just going to let people remember that as the last memory of Biden."
I think Trump is going to let his hawks do their job. I think that this was supposed to be the softball debate for Biden, and he couldn't even deliver. This was censored and controlled for Biden.
Yeah.
What is he going to do? Agree to a town hall debate? He's going to get so lost. That's going to be nuts with an audience.
For everybody in the
I don't see it
comments.
happening.
All right, so multiple people in the comments have made comments about my comment. I was just kidding. It was just a joke. You have a very dark sense of humor. Maybe you don't know me. I have a very, I don't know how to say it, but I always joke about that stuff. So yeah, just a joke. No need to flag me.
Listen, it's after 9. Self-deletion jokes are allowed.
I don't really think it's that big of a deal. I always joke about that kind of thing.
Yeah. I actually thought it was funny. It was pretty dark and twisted. But
I don't even think it was that dark and twisted. I mean, we were just talking.
Okay. All right. Let's get back to the polls, right? Talked about putting a gun in our mouths, but let's get back to the polls. Right?
Biden might literally get lost in a town hall.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. So Biden might want to, like, gotta go again. They're not gonna let him.
Yeah.
They're not gonna let him. Or Thunderdome set up. Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see, what goes on. I'm still, I can't believe that the number continues to grow. We might hit 500 people.
Yeah.
How is that possible? Okay, here's a quote. Brandon, the younger generation is more sensitive than us and take threats of harms more seriously. I got you, but generationally, not their humor. Is that true, though? I think it's just some people. You know what?
No. Who said that?
Justin.
Oh, Justin Channels. He's absolutely right, because the younger generation doesn't have the type of sense of humor that we do.
Yeah, that's probably, maybe, yeah. I don't know.
That's just it. They really don't have a sense of humor.
Any sense of humor at all? That's why you'll probably never get another show like The Office again. By the way, I don't think you'll ever see.
You won't get a lot of shows like that.
It's too offensive.
Yes,
I don't believe necessarily in going out of your way to purposely offend people. I don't want to purposely offend anybody. It's not my goal. Like, I know some people try to do that, but I don't really go out of my way to not offend people. I guess like I just kind of am myself. Everybody's a little bit different. Okay, so another comment on that. It's a pro con, more sensitive, but also understanding of other people's feelings. So yeah, maybe. Here we go. Another comment here from Pet Brett. Sorry, not just the Dems in the USA. Lefties around the world are full of crap and can't comprehend a bad answer. So Brandon might like 30 Rock. No, I've never heard of it. Well, I've heard of it, but I've never seen it. That's the one with that one guy who actually shot.
What's this guy? The Young Turks. What's the Young Turks?
Oh yeah, Sync.
All right, Sync. So we got something from Sync if we want to see it.
Yeah, Sync. Let's see it. What is it?
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, I'd be curious.
Sent from. We'll put this on. I'm gonna have to share. Thank you, Fletcher. I'm me, therefore I am.
So Sank is over there at Young Turks. I like Young Turks. I mean, I would like to model after what they did with our platform for Latinos, right? Like Daily Chela, I'm trying to make a platform like they have over there, only for Latinos, right? Where we can have political commentary and things like that.
Okay, we ready to play
what is Sank saying? Yeah, let's see it. Oh, want me to play it?
Yeah, you got to bring it up.
All right, let's take a look.
Okay, here we go.
And the whole time the split screen is killing Biden because he's got his mouth open. He looks confused, doesn't know where he is. He's lost his train of thought at least twice in like disastrous shape. Those are going to be played a billion times in viral video after viral video. Yeah. So this is an epic disaster. I see people online saying, well, okay, that answer wasn't so bad. No, it doesn't. Any particular answer doesn't matter at all. This thing is over. He looks like he's barely surviving. I don't mean the debate, I mean life. And so there's no person that has a single brain cell left in their head who thinks that Joe Biden is the best candidate to take on Donald Trump. You would have to be even crazier than Donald Trump to think that. This thing is over. I'll guarantee you this. I would bet show me a Democratic politician and I will bet them any amount of money that Joe Biden's going to lose this election if he's the candidate. It's a guaranteed loss.
Wow.
You're telling me this is the most important election of our lifetimes? You're telling me that democracy's on the line and you're gonna put on a guy who can't even talk, who can't even sit there and look normal.
Right.
This thing's a bloodbath. He's going to get annihilated.
Oof.
That is, okay, now the Democrats have to decide. Are they happy to lose? Are they willing to lose? Because this is a guaranteed loss.
This is so much worse than my worst nightmares of what it could be like in every way. The visual stuff is obvious. The staring off, the looking down, it looks terrible. His voice is so utterly weak and feeble. And honestly, like that immediately hits you when you see him. But what he says and what he doesn't say on the most important core issues of the election are even worse. Trump won on abortion in the debate.
He did.
Trump comes out of the January 6th stuff looking fine. He comes out of the criminal conviction stuff looking fine.
Yeah. So no, yeah, they're right. And I think when we were watching this live stream, we both touched on that. We pointed that out as it was happening, how Trump had successfully spun the abortion issue. He successfully spun the January 6th, the way he spun that.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you, is like he did so he did that very successfully well. And then all he had to do was stand there and live by, and for the most part he did. He went off a little bit towards the end, but it didn't really matter because Biden was a mess, bro.
Yeah, well, at this point, there's no going back. So the game for any political campaign is to control the media narrative. And at this point, this is spun
done. Then they've lost
so much,
right?
That there is no changing this narrative. This is going to dominate probably the election cycle for the next, few weeks, or until the election.
And we're going into July.
Have to respond and figure out what they're going to do.
Wow. Do they just take the L? Just try to.
How do you take the L? If you take the L, like lose the presidential election? Because
right.
That's
meaning taking the L is, if they're right, then okay, we'll just keep backing Biden up. We know he's going to lose. Or do we try to do a radical change?
You might have to change horses in the middle of the stream. Is that what they say? Which typically you don't want to do. You're in June.
Right, screwed either way.
You're almost to July. I don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty extraordinary. It's pretty extraordinary because now it's kind of like, now that the Democratic whatever have waken up and seen that this man is just,
I don't think they're just now waking up, but I think that I think they were a little bit in denial. I think maybe everybody's wondered it. Like, I wonder if Trump, but Biden put some of those fears to rest when he gave his State of the Union. Because that State of the Union, he gives it, it's 45 minutes, came out strong. They pumped him full of whatever they needed to pump him full of, so he didn't look like Weekend at Bernie's.
He got to read big letters.
And now when he's out there for an hour and a half, and you're having to go back and forth with somebody and verbally spar and think on the spot and take questions, you see that Biden was not so quick and struggled. And there were times when he showed emotion, don't get me wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a conversation here going on about Bebop. Brandon might like Cowboy Bebop. And then there's some other people talking about Bebop. No, Brandon would not like Cowboy Bebop. I don't know what Cowboy is. It a band?
Cowboy Bebop? That's anime.
Oh, okay.
It's pretty cool. It's pretty
probably
cool.
Wouldn't like it.
It's pretty cool.
I think I'm impressed with the art style of anime. They kind of have their own style of art, which that's kind of cool. It's not. I don't even. But outside of that, I've never watched anything anime. It's too flashy, too many fast cuts. I just can't get into it. Rodrigo, exactly. The narrative was at stake here, and Biden absolutely did not dispel the narrative, and in fact made it worse. It's the most negative outcome that could have come out of this. So, I'm not even sure Trump thought that he would come out with this result, with the debate. This is one of those happy accidents.
Not that it matters. He's X-Wing. It didn't go well for Sleepy. What's up, X-Wing? I think he's got a fire lit under him, bro. I think the I think the Democrats going after Trump and trying to get him convicted, all that. Well, they got him convicted.
Mm-hmm.
They would not have done that if he was not running for president. That's just the truth. And the fact that he's so, they hate him so much that they're going to try to criminalize him and get him in jail. It didn't work. Not yet. But, it's, as far as him being, that I think that was part of their big strategy, man. And I think they're done. They were hoping that was going to, it did the opposite. It did the opposite, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying I like it. I'm not saying I'm for it. I'm just saying, well, this is how I'm seeing it.
Sure.
And that is just as unprecedented as what we just saw tonight. And then you see Trump going in there, very disciplined, but
more disciplined than he's traditionally has been.
Correct.
He was very disciplined the first 40 minutes of the debate.
Mm-hmm.
He got off his game a little bit as he went on, but overall, still probably the most disciplined I've seen him of any debate. Brennan hasn't told what movies he likes, mainly books. Yeah, well, I think I said earlier, I like dramas, I like comedies, I like documentaries. I really like, so I like On the Waterfront is a really good film. You ever seen that? There Will Be Blood.
Somebody.
Yeah, that's great. But yeah,
been a contender.
There Will Be Blood is one of my favorite movies.
Ooh,
love that movie.
Well, Daniel Day-Lewis, I just love watching. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's so good. That's such a great movie. I like a lot of obscure documentaries. So like Sherman's March, if anybody's ever seen that, it's a very fascinating documentary. It's about this guy who sets out to retrace Sherman's March, and but he has really bad depression, and so instead of retracing Sherman's March, he thinks about all these girlfriends that live in different areas around that path, and so he starts visiting all these ex-girlfriends and friends he grew up around, and telling them about these apocalyptic dreams he has. And so the whole documentary just becomes him ruminating about the end of the world and life, and it's nothing about Sherman's March. It's a really good documentary, actually. Grizzly Man is a really good documentary. Werner Herzog. I love Werner Herzog.
I love Werner Herzog because the way he talks. It's so good to have things back to their rightful order.
Yes, The Revenant. I would put The Revenant also one of my top modern films.
Is that's Iñárritu? Yeah.
Yeah. When I think of modern films that I think are the best modern films, I would say There Will Be Blood, The Revenant, La La Land. Those are probably my three favorite of the last 15, 20 years. As far as the old days go, though, I like On the Waterfront. I like Casablanca. I like a lot of those types of movies.
Well, this is the start of a
Streetcar Named Desire.
Stella.
Yeah, some of those old school movies.
Tennessee Williams, bro.
Tennessee Williams?
Yeah, there was a play. Film. Streetcar Named Desire, and they made it into a film.
Oh, okay.
Cat in a Hot Tin Roof.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
See, that's where I'm kind of versed, is a lot of the, modern classic theater works.
Okay. Are you familiar with Short Eyes?
Yeah.
So
that's a little
he was Miguel Pinheiro. He was a fascinating
Pinheiro
playwright, and there's a movie where Benjamin Bratt actually played him and did a really good job. It's one of those like underrated Benjamin Bratt movies that not a lot of people know about. Just go straight through the Criterion Collection.
I got another brilliant meme.
Let's take a look at it. More Biden memes coming in.
Let me get it. Courtesy of producer extraordinaire Fletcher Williams.
Oh my gosh, Ghost and Mr. Chicken. Man, I remember watching this. Yeah, I remember that one when I was young. That's a funny one. La La Land. I'm shocked. I love that movie. I love La La Land. Everybody gets mad at me, but I love La La Land.
People get mad at me because I love Babylon.
Oh, I haven't seen it.
Okay. Where is it? Here we go.
The lack of crowd at the debate. I think it made Trump more disciplined because he typically plays off the crowds and he loves the adulation. Admittedly, he does good crowd work, even if it's chaotic. Yeah, he is pretty good with crowds. But he's more versed than the average politician because of his job, his prior life. He did so much with Hollywood and with business and all this. He was just always in the limelight.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we have another beam. Let's see here. Another meme, I mean.
And then
Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah. I don't know where you got to leave them on for a second so the crowd can see it.
I just can't get into the meme thing. I want to see them, but I also hate memes. It's like I have a love relationship with the modern world.
It's like you not wanting to engage, but you're still keeping us up,
So there you go. There's a Beavis and Butthead meme.
Very good.
A lot of cinematic movies Brandon likes. Yeah, I love film. I just don't like action movies and sci-fi.
Lame, dude.
No, it's not lame.
Do you like thriller dramas?
Well, I liked North by Northwest. Does that count?
Yeah,
like that. Like to me, like that's a great one.
There's a couple of great Indian horror films, very Hitchcock-like. I need you to watch.
I just got into Indian rap, like Indian hip hop, and there's like this Indian rapper called Moosawala or something like that, and it's really good. I don't know what they're saying, but I like the beats and I kind of like the style. I walked into a 7-Eleven at like 2 a.m. the other night, and the guy was bumping it who worked there. And I was like, man, who is this guy? And so he brought it up on Spotify for me, and I've been listening to it ever since. I got tired of American hip hop because all they do is talk about, drugs, alcohol, women, and all this. And so maybe they're still talking about that in Indian rap, but at least I don't know what they're saying. So it's but it's good. I like the beats. There Will Be Blood. Yeah, such a good film. Thank you.
This is a good one here. From Verbal Riot, Dante, friend of mine.
Okay, so we have another. What is this that you're showing me?
It's just like a video meme. It's like from Rocky back in the day, but saying throw in the damn towel.
Yeah, I don't know how you throw on a towel though. And you got those hour and a half. You got to live up.
Oof.
That's tough. That's tough. Long time to be on stage, and to go back and forth like that. But
did you like Daniel Day-Lewis in Gangs in New York?
It was okay. It's not my favorite movie. There's a really good book though about. Huh?
I liked his performance.
Oh, okay. Well, I like him as an actor. He's a great actor.
Yeah.
He is just reading some of these comments.
Yeah, they're funny.
I don't remember what I was gonna say, but it's hard to believe actually that we've been doing this since 5:30.
Well, yeah, we're coming up on the 4-hour mark, so we might as well.
Yeah, I think I'll wrap up.
We got a minute.
We'll do a couple of minutes. I guess I just want to say thanks to everybody who did join us. It's been fun. This is our first time doing this. This is my first time ever doing like this type of live stream. I have a podcast I just kind of started, and it's called Brandon Lauren Maxwell Live. And so you can follow me, look me up, Brandon Lauren Maxwell, and follow my podcast. They're on Tuesdays. And except for next Tuesday, I won't be on because I'm going to go fishing. But
nice.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to that. And then my friend Paulie here from the Latino Slant.
Yes,
sir. He is one of my buddies who tells me, helps me out with giving me advice and trying to help me enter the modern world. So
yeah, we all try to maneuver. It's always nice to do together with good people. What a great night. Thank you everyone in the chat, all the members of the Latino Slant that are in the chat, all the new people. I want all my members, all my subscribers to, if you haven't done it yet, subscribe to the Daily Cella, their YouTube channel, because we're trying to get them monetized. So let's do it now. Do it now. And he's got great content on there, man. Brandon's there every week doing the podcast with segments with guests. This is fantastic. You're filling a void, my friend.
Oh, well, thank you. You're too kind. Thank you to everybody who was engaging. And some of you I know already follow me on social media, like Rodrigo and stuff. And so you'd like, let me see who's actually saying you'd like him, Brandon. No clue what he's saying. Here's a link. But yeah, if you want to follow Daily Chella, you can follow it. And then you can find me from there if you want to follow me individually from that. But both me and Paulie are trying to build new platforms here, and we work together. And we're kind of always felt like the Latino audience, or just the broader audience in general, can always benefit from some more commentary. And so, but yeah, thanks for joining us. It's been a long stream. Maybe we'll be back with the next debate, and I wish everybody to have a good evening. And I will talk to you soon. Maybe I'll go out with a song right here. All right.
Ooh, I like that song when you play it. I always think of like some chill musicians after the set in the bar, just like, yeah, what's up?